medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. This information is not approved by the FDA and is not intended to diagnose, prevent, treat, or cure any disease.
To experience more of ASA RX audio, visit us at asarx.com. Dr. Asa here to tell you about Med and stem cell therapy. Stem cells are naturally produced in our body for healing and repair. From inflamed joints to wounds and other medical conditions, stem cell therapy can help your body ignite its own potential. Med has done the research and seen amazing clinical benefits of stem cell therapy. Remember, surgery is not your only option. Learn more at adiamed.com. That's ADIA med.com. Hi, it's Asa here. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Do you need a new prescription for your life? I have a special gift for all my listeners. I'm giving away a free copy of my international best-selling book to help you truly live your potential. All you have to do is cover the shipping and handling, and I will give you the book absolutely free. I want to invest in you and your health this year. So get your free copy of my book by visiting myfreehealthbook.com. That's myfreehealthbook.com, and let's get healthy together this year.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
KGUM-FM, Dedido, powered by Glimpses Media.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced a campaign against Iran.
Today, at President Trump's direction, the United States Treasury has begun Operation Economic Outcast.
Bessent says the campaign is similar to D-Day.
We are launching an economic onslaught against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone.
Bessent says every country that tethers itself to Iran should expect a share in its isolation. Iran's currency has hit a record low, but Iran retains a key strategic advantage: its attacks and threats on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Bessent was also asked about new U.S. tariffs against Canada.
They were offered quite a good deal last week. They chose to reject it. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says momentum for a trade deal with the U.S. reversed.
Canada is now the best connected economy in the world. Canadian businesses now enjoy tariff-free access to 1.5 billion consumers.
An 8-year-old girl in Louisiana has died after being infected by an extremely rare brain-eating amoeba that is found in warm fresh water. According to government data, more than 300 people have died of Ebola in eastern Congo in the past week. Health workers there are struggling to contain the outbreak that is spreading at an unprecedented speed. More information at apnews.com. This is AP News. The search for a murder suspect in the Pacific Northwest is over.
Authorities say a man suspected of killing 5 people has been found dead inside a vehicle in Enumclaw, Washington. The discovery came a day after 5 bodies were discovered on a rural property outside of Portland, Oregon. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says investigators believe the suspect, 36-year-old Benjamin Charles Parker, killed himself. The Sheriff's Office says authorities responded early Saturday to reports of a vehicle fire at a property at Forest Grove, about 30 miles west of Portland. Responders found the remains of the 5 people and several domestic animals. Officials say they're working to determine the identity of the victims. I'm Mike Hempen.
An arbitrator ordered the Washington Post to reinstate a black opinion writer, Karen Attia, fired over social media post about violent white men following last year's killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
Alrighty, Guam. Half a day, everyone. Good morning and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM, 6:04 in the morning. It is a Tuesday, August 25th, streaming online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turning every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save, Guam. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. It is big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch, tinting, and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here.
Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Tourism, it's our #1 industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 15,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism, brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Hagåtña, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Hagåtña is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
News, insight, conversation. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out!
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
That's what I'm drinking. Let's sip it down, go without thinking. Ow! Good love, that's what I'm making. We'll break this house when it stops shaking.
Come on!
Come on!
6:14. I would be able to scream like that with, you know how he screams like that? I don't know how to scream like that, though. Nice hat.
I can't get it in either, man. I'm gonna pass on that.
That's a nice hat. Did I get that for you?
No. Look at Patti.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
that's
support
what I said.
local. You got to. It's
Oh, yeah,
crowns,
sure
actually.
do. You know what? I find
crowns,
myself
guys.
buying touristy things now.
Touristy things. All
well,
right.
because like Riley likes the Guam shirts. You
Right
know,
on.
he's not that he's a standout.
Okay.
By any means. I'm just
no,
saying
no,
that,
no.
you know, it's different than the shirts that most people wear.
sure.
And, you know, he's going to college now.
Hey.
You know, and he likes to blend in. He does not like to be that kid that, you know, is like making any waves. But once he wears a Guam shirt, it's like a heat-seeking missile for other Guamanians.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, hey, bro,
Hey.
where'd you get that shirt, man? So I try to get him all of the latest stuff, you know,
Okay.
so he's just like rocking these Guam shirts. But I could get him something from a cheap store and he would still be happy with the Guam things. But
Nice. Okay.
good morning to you. How you
Good
doing, man,
morning,
on that
everyone.
side?
Feeling it, living it, loving it, man. It is a Tuesday.
What a hot life you have.
Okay.
Feeling it, loving it, living it.
You
Yeah.
know, we power through. We power through.
We do,
power through.
unfortunately. Some
Yes,
of
we
us
do.
better than others, but
yes, that's fair.
that is
fair.
absolutely fair.
That's
Well, good morning to everybody. You know, I got to say that.
Go for it.
Well, you know, the Board of Education meeting last night, by all accounts, was not favorable to Judy Wompat.
Patty's coming with it this morning.
Oh, sorry. I
She's
just
coming
feel
with
like
it. Go for it.
I feel like she's taken a lot of hits. In fact, Vince Borja, the senator, yesterday said, you know, when he said she's taken a lot of hits, and he said, I texted her one time and just asked her, "You good?"
Okay. I gotta check up every now and then. Be like, hey, you still good, right?
Yeah, you're
Like,
right.
you
No, I
right,
know,
right?
because it sounds like it's a fight between them. But no, he's like, you're taking a lot of hits, and she's, you know, the thing about Judy Wompat that she's got a lot of experience in education. She's been in education for pretty much all of her life. She's an educator. She was in the classroom. She has been, you know, the queen of charter schools, and she's been a superintendent, served as a superintendent, and the education czar for the governor. So, you know, she knows very intimately the things that are happening at DOE. Some of the issues could be times have changed a lot. She's been in the business for a very long time. So she brings a lot of the old school values and some of the experience that you need to have in the genesis of these problems that have happened with DOE. She might have even been in the book of Genesis for the problems that started with DOE. But like I was talking to Senator Vince yesterday, you know, he says, you know, this is not personal. It's not ever supposed to get personal. And the problem with education is that it's deeply personal. It's intimate. If you've got a kid in school, if something is happening to your kid while you're not with them, and the kid comes home and complains about a bully or a teacher who said something to them, or you were not given proper lunch, or the hallways are dirty, or blah, 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 that parent is going to be your champion. Well, in theory, it would seem to me that the parent would stand up for the kid. He'd take up for the kid. And at least that's the way it's supposed to go. So when something's happening with their kid, it's very, very personal to families. And they feel that even if it is public education, in that they're not necessarily paying tuition directly into the school is supposed to serve their kid. And if the kid is not being served, someone's going to say something about it. And so, sometimes it comes down to the person in charge, because sometimes it's really difficult to find out who to blame. Excuse me. It's difficult to find out who to blame. So you blame the guy at the top. And it's not like it hasn't been deservedly so. I mean, Judy Wampat took on the education superintendent's position. She wanted this job. She wanted this job and got the job over all others that have also been maybe not equal time, but a decent amount of time in the Department of Education, that they all know the inner workings of that department, the largest department of the government of Guam. And it is no easy task, because unlike other services, you're handling the sensitivities of 20-some thousand kids all at one time. At the Department of Revenue and Taxation, for another one of the largest agencies of the government of Guam, they service nearly 100,000 people on all of their private businesses and licenses and driver's license and taxes and things. So they're not dealing with them. They're not showing up every day at one time to try to demand for this service. The Department of Education is the only agency where you see your clients every single day. And to appease not only 20-some thousand school kids on a daily basis, but, times maybe 2 or 3 others that represent them in the household. That's just terrible. So the Board of Education last night was not for the weak. Everybody had an opportunity to say something, and boy, did they say something. And it's the lack of communication, which sounds to me to be the biggest problems that they have. How do you communicate with that many stakeholders? And I think that it's a deal. It's a situation for somebody like Damon Borja, who is the spokesperson for the Department of Education. If he doesn't have an entire division dealing with this kind of PR that they have, then they probably need to up their game by not relying solely on him, because sometimes Damon, in the pursuit of being a disseminator of information, sometimes misses the mark. And when he misses the mark, he's not just missing the mark for the department. He's missing the mark for thousands of kids that are still trying to figure out what they're supposed to do today. And especially we're talking about Simon Sanchez and Teton High School, with other schools just waiting in the wings for their turn to make a big stink about their campus. It's just a matter of time. And so, all of these heads have come together for some of them, the brilliant ideas that they can bring to the table. Tomorrow is an oversight hearing for the Department of Education. And Vince Borja says, come to me with your problem, but vet them and let me know what the biggest problems that you have are and how much you think you might need. Because it is also the fault of the legislature to pin them to the Adequate Education Act and all of the 14 points that are required to operate schools to a standard, but they're not financing them better enough to be able to carry out the mission. So he said, I talked to my colleagues of the Republican leadership and the money holders and said, if we're not going to give the Department of Education what it needs to get these schools open, to build new schools, to maintain these schools, then we're just as much of a failure as the Department of Education is to their students by not giving them all of the means and resources that are necessary. So this isn't going to go away anytime soon. But I will say that the Department of Education, third week in, is taking hits from everything from curriculum, space, facilities, down to the school lunch and breakfast. Sodexo reached out to me the other day, and they're like, you know that picture that's circulating about that mush in a container? Dice looked at that. She's like, this is disgusting. And I'm like, and it was disgusting, and I think they agreed it was disgusting. There's a backstory to that, and we'll find out what it is. We might have an opportunity to have them in the studio this morning, but this is going to be a situation that is not going to make people happy. But that's another thing. What's intimate? Food and nutrition and what you're giving to these kids. Listen, a school lunch has never been... The school lunch is a hit. Do you remember your school lunches? They were pretty good. We talked about this before. We talked about how I spent 35 cents a day.
We didn't have this pyramid of no salt and no sugar. We didn't have problems with red, yellow, and green dyes in our food, so it was pretty healthy.
Yeah.
We were doing just about anything during our time. Yeah. For certain though. It was. I had good lunches. So I'm not complaining about that.
Yeah. I remember, I went to public schools when I was in middle school because I lived on a military base and there was no private schools on a military base. And we lived out in the middle of Mojave Desert, so we weren't about ready to get off the base to go to school every day. So I was used to the California school lunches, and they were run predominantly by Mexican housewives, like Mexican old ladies from the community. So we got all the good stuff. We were getting meals that were largely Mexican food. Hey. Yeah, it's kind of like largely in Guam. You get a lot of Chamorro cuisine or even Filipino cuisine. They jump in, rice and the meats and the stews and all that stuff as part of the food pyramid. But at the time, there were standards. It was a military base, so there were standards over what you could and should feed your children back in the 60s and the 70s. I moved to Guam, and I'm not sure whether or not that was, and I never even thought about it. I was 110 pounds, so food was not an issue for me. I never had to worry about what was on the plate. Never had to count calories or sodium at that. Well, look at me now. But anyway, the point is that back then, they had these Chamorro ladies that were in the cafeterias, and they were, whipping up stuff that they would make for you at home. You were having it, whatever the cuisine that you had after school every night was the lunch the next day. And the same kind of genre of food. And, no one ever had any problem with it. In fact, sometimes we didn't even ask for extra. But now we've got these food services that are monitored and regulated very heavily by the Department of Education and food and nutritional services. That this food pyramid and what kids were eating. And so to insist that children get that many vegetables in the day or that many carbohydrates and that much fruit servings and that much dairy, that much protein, blah, 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 blah. To get all those food groups served. And now they're serving breakfast. They never used to serve breakfast. We're talking to compare it from here to, 60 years ago, which is a long time ago. But I believe that they're far more stringent about following these food guidelines, and they're being held to it because you have this is a big money-making business, food service, and especially in the schools, that's a built-in captive audience right there. You just have to make sure it's the food they like. Here's the thing. From the beginning of time, kids never liked the food that was served to them. At a very young age, aside from formula or even breast milk, they weren't really picky about what they were eating until somebody said, let's give them vegetables. And unless you're making a chocolate milkshake out of it, or you're throwing in a whole bunch of ingredients that make it look or in pill form or something that's going to make it appeasing, these kids don't have the taste buds necessarily for lettuce. That's just not the jam unless you throw a bunch of ranch dressing on it and some bacon bits, and now you've degraded the value of the lettuce by itself. No one's going to feed you just lettuce or beets by itself, right? So it's difficult to get these kids, first of all, to eat these foods and then to understand that everybody has a different palate. And however you were raised in your house is a different palate than the next door neighbor. It's just whatever your mother, and the mom is the big deal here, right? Whatever your mother was serving you in the house was how you acquired your taste buds. So if you were eating, lettuce and beets and, tomatoes for snack, then you're in the zone. You're just eating all of the stuff that is nutritious for you, and you're not even bulking at it. But if you were, built on Spam and ramen and pizza, you're not going to get that every day in the school. That's just not going to happen. And so even fruit, some kids don't even like fruit. I know a person who can't stand fruit. And in order to get their vegetables in, like she stands over the counter with a fruit cocktail. The fruit cocktail that's high in sugar, and all of the fruit inside actually loses its nutritional value. But the doctor says you got to get these 8 fruits and 16 vegetables in every single day. They're forcing, but she's already in her 70s and she still eats like a teenager. And so, I'm here to tell you, if you didn't know already, these food habits that you have at home stay with you for the rest of your life. You're not likely to change your diet until you go, vegan or something, and you find out there's, that your taste buds have changed. But, the old comfort foods are the foods that they're trying to mimic in these schools. And some of them, it's hit and miss. And this is the other point of it all, is that some of these kids don't even get breakfast in the morning. And on weekends, they're scavenging for lunch or breakfast or something to eat during the day, or dinner even. Some of these kids largely go probably without 3 square meals, and most likely don't have fruit and vegetables because their SNAP benefits would be taken up by the fruit and vegetables. I think we've been talking about this for years when they did an experiment. One of the media outlets, and it wasn't here, it was like national media, did like if you were to go to and look at all the 7 groups of food, is it 7 groups? 5 groups.
5 groups.
5 groups of, see, I added 2.
That's okay. That's all right. We got to have that chocolate in there somewhere.
Margaritas and nachos. That's another food group. But they said if you were to buy the follow the food guideline that is set out by the federal government, if you were to buy all of that stuff, you would blow so much of your benefits or even your food budget just on the fruit and vegetables, because produce is expensive. It's always been more expensive than the canned stuff, and so you find families, they took a family of 4, a typical family of 4. This was decades ago. They took a typical family and they brought them to the supermarket, and they went down the list to pick out the leafy greens. They picked out the hydrating vegetables, the fruit with the vitamin C's, and blah, 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 all of the stuff. And by the time they were done just with the fruits and vegetables, there was no room for dairy, no room for any starches, no room for any proteins. So that was like, basically we're going to be eating cucumbers, tomatoes, and lettuce for the rest of the week. And that blew through not only they did 2, one with the household income and another one with SNAP benefits. They called them food stamps back then. And it was difficult. So, from top to bottom, the Department of Education is taking some hits, and we're only 3 weeks in. So it's a start of the school year has been quite rough. Tomorrow it might even be a little bit rougher. Although Vince Borja says my idea is not to haul in the Department of Education and have every member of his committee bash them for what they're not doing. He wants to find out what they need and figure out a way to fund it all. So that might be a different approach that will ease off a little of the pressure that DOE is under right now. Bottom of the hour. Let's go ahead and take that break, eh? Okay, we'll be right back.
Tourism, it's our #1 industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Alrighty, Guam. Hoffa everyone. Good morning. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. 6:32. It is a Tuesday morning. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now for your traffic report. It is being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule that test drive. All you got to do is give us a call at 478-AUTO if you'd like to take a look at our inventory. You may also visit our website if you head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, folks, it looks like traffic is moving nicely along the northern end of the island, coming around the central part. It's also moving smooth. You will find a little delay this morning. That's going to be coming around Teton, so just a heads up on that side. To Mooning, Route 1, traffic is moving nicely. Great job, Guam. And coming along Route 1, getting around that Chamorro Village, it looks like the Atacalbo camp has hit the ground early, so we got some waivers over on that side. So do watch your speed limit coming around Paseo in Haggadah this morning. Getting around Sinahanya, moving through Chalampago as well as Ordot. It looks like traffic is nice. No delay along Route 10 in Manilao as well as Barrigada. Let's keep our eyes on the roads, not on the phones. There's no texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened. And let's get our kids in the proper booster and car seats. School buses are still making rounds, so watch your speed limit coming around these school buses and in the school zones. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
News, insight, conversation. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Oh, yeah, a little shaking of the hips, huh? All right. A little WD-40 action for you whose hips are a little bit harder to shake than others. We're not mad at that. It is, let's see, what time is it? 6:37 in the morning. You all right on that side?
We're great.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. It's a happy Tuesday for some of us, not all of us, but we're going to power through this, Guam. Sorry. I'm just trying to. You got to keep that glass halfway full, Patty.
Oh, it's always halfway full.
Okay. Just
Yeah.
making sure.
It's so halfway full,
I
I'm
know
not
there's a
walking
lot-
out the door.
I
It's
know
about
the
how-
frustration is so real, like you can feel it. I mean, just stepping on the cement on Guam, it's like. all
Yesterday,
right.
you know what? I would
All
rather, but I was thinking about that yesterday. It was so hot. It's been really nice, and I mean, it's been hot. But just this time last week, we were screaming about the rain. So hey, that's how it is on Guam. You got to live with it, right? Some people don't even think of. I'm always amazed at the people who have jobs that require them to be in these difficult circumstances, like doing outside work. Lifting. And I had some guys come over last week to remove things from my house. This is stuff that, you collect all that stuff. And after a while, I found out how much of a hoarder I am. I feel like everything has a memory, right? Like, and maybe you guys have that one. Everybody has the one junk drawer. It's got collection of maybe Japanese yen, a few pesos, paper clips, that pen that you were always looking for, a Sharpie or something like that. Like a random safety pin, a bunch of keys that nobody knows where they came from, and then like a party favor from a wedding. This is the junk drawer, and most people have this one in their house. I got rid of the junk drawer. This is how committed I was to not doing this. I got rid of the junk, and then I went to clean. We had this full-on summer cleaning where we took out our most precious memories from the dark holes of the closet. And really went through them to determine how much of these memories were still important, right? And I got to say, the other day I ran into a backpack. It was Riley's backpack from St. Anthony's School. And he had like 10 black and white marbled composition books. And while I was in the mood to be throwing stuff out, I said, God, don't do that yet. Because there might be something in there, like scribbling kind of stuff. There's like doodles and stuff that you want to know, like what was he thinking in the middle of math class when he wrote that. So I thought I'd go through them first just to find out. He's always been a really good student, so I'm kind of sort of examining what kind of kid that he was when he was at school, and the kind of kid that he's grown up to be now in his first day of college, which is today. Rand Kaufman joins us on the air. Hey, Rand, good morning.
Hey, Patty, thank you. I was lucky enough to give a presentation to a roundtable, senators, and DOE leadership last year concerning the breakfast that's being served to our kids. Mm-hmm. And there was a breakfast bar and of course, the strawberry or chocolate milk, 18.5 teaspoons of sugar. Mm. And I put that in a bag, and I showed everybody.
Is it teaspoons or grams?
No, teaspoons. It was teaspoons, because you do 4 teaspoons is 1 gram.
Okay. All right. So you did all the math. And so you had 18 teaspoons of sugar in both what was it? It was
it's a breakfast bar, and then the flavored milk, the chocolate and the strawberry milk.
Got it.
So if you get a milk in one of those bars, you were ingesting 18.5 teaspoons of sugar. And I had it in a bag, that much sugar. And I was showing everybody, and I was going, to have this amount of sugar put into a little 4 or 5-year-old child, who's trying to focus on work, is a crime. These students, their bodies are small, they're little, and they can't ingest this much. And then what it is, USDA has how much sugar you can take for the whole week. I don't think. But, sometimes I think USDA and some of these agencies aren't really thinking, because kindergarten kids now can get that flavored milk. These little kindergarten kids can get that. But the good news is of course, they phased out the breakfast bar. Mm. I was able to get that done. But, pilot programs, where they just get vegetables first, and like you said, maybe, some kind of dressing or some kind of sauce they can kind of dip the carrots in or the broccoli in, and and then they go for the entree after that. Then they get their fruits at the end of the meal. But yeah, it's something that we see. I'm on the advisory council now for DOE's nutrition and fitness. And the fitness thing is crazy. Bless there's no more playgrounds, Patty. Playgrounds are all yellow taped. It's something, we talk about the academia and how important everything is. And of course, that is why the students are there. But the playground for the large muscle exercise and these type of things. So we're working on all this kind of stuff to get the pressures. Fitness program is back on play. Remember that with Kennedy? He brought it back, I think, from 54 or something like that. You get a patch, and you're just kind of competing against yourself. Well, that's on the plate now, too, here.
Oh, Presidential Fitness Awards.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, well, it's back.
Good.
Yeah, and so that's something that can be implemented. So there's a number of things, but, kids pretty much recess time, it's snack time. And there's a lot of activity just out in the field. The kids, throwing the football and doing this and doing that. What it is. But 2 years ago, at Steubenville Elementary, our kindergarten kids, 57% of them were obese. 57%.
57? Dang.
Yeah, that was what when the nurse gave us that report. And it's type of a thing that we see processed foods. We see all these things, that we get all the time. It comes across Facebook or, in the social media. The food that we're getting right now is just horrendous in the aspect that even Europe doesn't take a lot of our things, or it's a different, maybe the European ingredients are a lot less than our ingredients. It's something. It really is, and it was nice, where Senator Borja was there, and Senator Barnett, all the, these guys were there talking about, what they can do in this roundtable. But and that's kind of where it came up, that people were kind of afraid to say things because they felt there, might be implications, down the line that disfavored their employment, right? Because they say something. But as a teacher, and I'm in the cafeteria, I'm with my students in the morning, breakfast, and of course at the lunchtime. I'm very protective. I don't let them have anything that has a large amount of sugar in it. And of course the alternative is the cereal, and oftentimes the cereal can also have a large amount of sugar in it.
How do you stop them from consuming it without?
No, there's an opportunity is that Sodexo gives us is that we can have cereal instead of some of the muffins or something like that might have a lot of sugar in it.
Oh, I see.
So,
okay.
So I'm with them so they can pick that.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
But anyway, it's just there's movements going on within the department to try to help this, and everybody in the nutritional realm they're very conscientious, and so that's really good. But it's just what's available, processed foods. If we went back to the great Gloria Nelson days with these great cafeteria workers, cracking out this really, really good food, that would be a dream come true. If it was in fact localized, and we were able to use the local foods that are grown here on Guam. But anyway, it'd be nice. I can't wait to listen to Judy, of course, talk about her situation. So thank you for that interview coming up.
She's, I've been trying to get a hold of Judy Guthert. That's been a little bit more of a challenge. But Dr. Wampat is always, every day, she's willing to call in and give us an update. I think it might be a little bit early because she has her morning constitutional. So we'll wait for her, later in the morning to be able to report back to us. But she took some hits last night, all the way to the mayor's office. Barragata Mayor's office is, tasked with distributing homework or schoolwork, and they're complaining. Both the mayor and the vice mayor say, we don't even know what we're doing here. We get this material and we're supposed to pass it out, but they don't have any instructions on what's supposed to happen. So it seems like every division, it feels like every division is suffering some kind of shortage of something, and altogether it just looks horrible for them. I know that every year starts a new year of things that can go wrong in the beginning of the school year, and they become front and center, and it just continues to provide this opportunity for the public to come down on DOE, and wonder, what were you doing all summer long? What was the plan all summer long?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well, we No, these guys work all the time. Getting the schools prepared for the. They're walking along with the inspectors. As soon as the inspector points to something, there's 3 or 4 guys on top of it. So that's why we're doing so well on our inspections. But you're right. With the TGen or however, that might have been a surprise that the sewer system wasn't really. It's probably as ancient could be. But it's an unbelievable task, to get 20,000, as you mentioned earlier, young folks, through a day, with a breakfast and a lunch, and plus teachers, giving them the curriculum that they need to do well in this Western world.
Yeah.
If we were out in Chuk, it'd be how well you can punch your charo and how good you are with a spear gun. Doesn't make any difference what kind of degree you got.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
And the difference.
Yeah. This is not a situation that's unique to Guam's education.
Absolutely not.
There are so many depressed counties and cities in the United States, in America, that have school systems that continue on a daily basis to operate on fail, right? Because they don't have all of the resources, and people are not inclined. I don't know how you've stayed in the business for so long, but there are people that are still wanting to be teachers, that they're going to school because they want to educate. And and I don't know if their hopes are dashed on the first day of school when they get there and they see the reality of it, what it looks like, to be a teacher in America at some of these schools, these public schools. But there are other counties and cities that actually make it work, right? And they pull together as a school community, which is another part of the equation. It's one thing for the Department of Education to do all of these things we expect teachers and administrators to do, and legislators to do, in the service of this most basic right which we have, and that is education. But you can't, if you are in a community that's surrounded by a school that surrounds a school that all your kids and neighbors go to, then you have to invest in the success of that school. Parents and their contributions to this school comes to make a huge community that is hyper fixated on the fact that their kids are going to be safe when they go there, because they've done everything that they could to help raise money for certain things, to make it easier on each other. But we don't necessarily have these strong school communities come out until it's time to protest.
Right. Well, that's and then sometimes that can be deterrent for the leaders of the school. The superintendent says, no, you're exaggerating, or this or that, or and then the administrators can face negative actions toward them too. That's very real. But the thing that what I'm really impressed with, I think, is that we have these facilities, and they are passing the public health, and that's not easy. These guys are really down to earth to the max with their inspections, and we've been able to do pretty well with those throughout the majority of all our schools. Like I said, the maintenance teams are right on top of all this stuff. But it's always going to be a challenge, no matter what. Like you said, and it all depends on the states. It's the real estate tax. It seems to run the education funding. And, we're not very big on our real estate tax here in Guam. But, there's all kinds of, ways to get the funding. As we know USDA is funding our child's breakfast, so we do have to follow the USDA guidelines. But I'll tell you, the FDA guidelines and the USDA guidelines are different. And they're saying, how much, sugar a child can get and how old they are and how much they weigh. FDA, has these regulations, and USDA doesn't really follow those. So, it just comes to when we're going to finally get to a point where we really know how important it is not to have 57% of our kindergarten kids obese.
Yeah, it's scary. I thank you very much for this data and for the guidance. Thanks, Rand. We'll talk to you soon.
Love you, sweetheart. You take care, okay?
Guides, as they say.
Guides.
Take good care. That's Rand Kaufman, longtime administrator and teacher in the schools. So I'm looking today, I mean, just so that you understand, maybe you do understand, just so you can see as evidence that this is such a big issue, is that the PDN this morning, the first 8 pages of this, not every single page, but the majority of the first 8 pages of the today's 8 of 21, by the way, is full of stuff having to do with education. First 12 pages, because there's also folks that are talking in the letter to the editor, but that's just amazing. That it's dominated, the PDN in the first 8 pages, not every single page, but the news is dominated, DOE stuff. And here's the other one that this is just how sensitive that things become. There is a story, it actually broke on Friday, and it came out of one of those forwarded many times videos. And this was of students that were forced to walk uphill to the home because because the bus broke down or something. Anyway, Julianne Hernandez in today's PDN, this is page 8, by the way. The headline reads, DPW investigates after 18 Ogden Middle School students walk uphill after bus stops. I have seen the video.
You seen it?
I've seen it. The only difference is they're not walking uphill backwards. Which is the old story from your grandparents that, I used to walk in the snow and I used to walk uphill backwards in the snow to school. But 18 Ogden Middle School students were seen walking up a hill after school on August 14th after their bus stopped short of the top of the hill, prompting an immediate investigation by DPW. A video of the students walking uphill has circulated on social media and was sent to PDN. DPW Deputy Director Linda Ibanez confirmed the incident and said the bus unit B152 could not climb a steep hill. She said the students had to walk 95 feet from the point where the bus stopped to the top of the hill. For bus unit B152, the driver reported that the bus could not climb a steep hill, she said. They're investigating whether the bus failed because of a mechanical problem, a road or access issue, a driver decision, or a communication failure, or all of the above. The agency also is documenting the exact location and time of the incident, the students affected, and the distance they had to walk. The investigation began immediately after DPW Director Vince Ariola and management became aware of the incident. According to Ibanez, the driver assigned to the route is aware of the route schedule and last-minute changes, including student-assigned drop-offs. DPW policy requires drivers to stop in the safest available location when a bus cannot reach its designated stop. Drivers also must not continue operating a vehicle if a defect could jeopardize student safety. If a bus has a problem, the driver is expected to immediately notify a supervisor or dispatcher so the appropriate notification process can begin. Ibanez said DPW has found no previous complaints or incident reports involving the route or location. Management is now taking several corrective actions. Maintenance personnel are checking the performance of B152's engine. We're talking about a bus, by the way, not like a plane. While management is asserting the route, student capacity, weather conditions, and road grade. If a bus cannot reach a designated stop, DPW will arrange safe alternative transportation, such as another approved vehicle to temporarily pick up students. Drivers are also being reminded that student safety takes priority over maintaining a normal route or schedule. They must immediately notify dispatch or a supervisor when problems arise. DPW also plans to communicate updates to the school and supervisors, monitor the route after corrective actions are implemented, and conduct routine follow-ups. At this moment, DOE is currently investigating the issue and will provide accurate information once additional details have been made available, said Damon Borja. Can you hear him? Can you hear anybody over the age of 60 right out there going, what? They had to walk up a hill after school? My God, what has the world come to? That's what I hear in the back of my, that's what I'm hearing from people who had a really tough time getting to school. Listen, we have rules because we have rules. We pick up kids who don't have transportation. We pick them up and we deliver them safely back to their original point of embarkation. That's the job of the bus service. And when it doesn't happen, no matter what that problem is, then it's an infraction of the rules that they're supposed to follow. Whatever is going to come of it, if it's a bus issue, then it's a safety issue. If it's a matter of kids, of the bus driver, not trusting his vehicle, and you're all going to have to get out here, then, some of the kids may have thought, well, a nice little walk up the hill never hurt anybody. And others might have been at the top, panting for air and sweating. But nonetheless, the inconvenience to the students, apparently in this one situation, the inconvenience of the students became part of the overall criticism. And again, week 3, we have 180 days of instruction that is required by this Department of Education. And so far, 15 of them have not been well for everybody. We'll see how this goes. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take some AP news, get some of that DICE traffic and some weather here on Mornings with Patti, 7 o'clock, KGUM-FM and Dedido, Guam.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. Iran's parliamentary speaker says the U.S. is not in an economic position to further restrict Tehran's relations with other countries. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced a new round of sanctions aimed at Iran and warned every country that does business with the Islamic Republic to sever those financial ties or face retaliation from the U.S.
We are level setting with every country to tell them our expectations. We know who they are. They know who they are. So when the hammer of U.S. Treasury actions falls upon them, they will have no one to blame but themselves.
Bessent says President Trump has been making phone calls to world leaders with specific requests to stop their interactions with Iran and has already seen results. Bessent was also asked about the new U.S. tariffs against Canada. Negotiations ended Friday. He says Canada needs to come to the table and negotiate in good faith.
Unfortunately, Prime Minister Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform. I believe he was more than 20 points behind, and he seems to have gone back to his old playbook.
Mark Carney says the deal just wasn't good enough.
We did make some progress in recent weeks. In the end, that momentum reversed, and we could not accept what the U.S. had offered, nor could we give what they asked.
In Massachusetts, a forensic psychologist testified at the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy. He diagnosed her with bipolar disorder after she killed her 3 children. The Postal Service is issuing a new regulation limiting mail ballots in November's election, but it won't go into effect unless the Supreme Court allows it. It's because there are 2 orders from a federal judge barring President Trump's executive order limiting mail ballots from going into effect before November. A wildfire that exploded in size in Reno, Nevada over the weekend forced authorities to urge more than 90,000 people to leave their neighborhoods. This is AP News. One baseball leader is ending his season early.
Dana Brown is out as Astros general manager, the team announced on Monday. Brown's contract was set to expire at the end of this season. Brown's responsibilities will be assumed by Astros assistant GMs Charles Cook, Gavin Dickey, and Connor Huff, and by senior advisor Jeff Bagwell. Astros owner and chairman Jim Crane will oversee baseball operations through the transition period. Houston enters Monday tied with the Rangers for first place in the AL West, despite having a record of 65 and 66. I'm Mike Reeves.
Deshaun Watson has won the competition to be the Cleveland Browns starting quarterback for the September 13th opener against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Coach Todd Monken made the announcement after informing Watson and Shedeur Sanders. The decision will not be popular with Browns fans, who have booed Watson repeatedly during his time in Cleveland. After a game Saturday, Watson said the boos from the crowd were personal and showed disrespect. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez and I approve this message.
Member FDIC.
All right, Guam, half a day, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back. 7:03 in the morning on the Wave 105 FM. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now. It's another look at your traffic report. Your second look for this morning brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. You can schedule that test drive. All you got to do is give us a call at 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website if you head to GuamAutospot.com. Construction activities will continue this morning between Juan Jacinto heading towards Anderson Air Force Base, installing pavement markings as well as the markers. Additional delays, contractor crews will be working along the sidewalks by the northern entrance to the Ben and Yans building throughout this week. Access to that area will be limited to the entrance only. Exiting vehicles and pedestrians will be directed to the southern gate. That kicks off at 9 a.m. and it's going to work its way all the way into the 4 o'clock hour, all depending on the weather. Traffic is light getting around the southern end of the island. Both Route 4 and Route 2 are nice and clear this morning. Coming around PD, we will have some delay up and around Day by Day this morning. We got a little north and southbound over on that end. Smooth riding through Asan this morning. Getting around Anigua will be done with ease, as well as folks in Hagåtña. Again, just keep your eyes out. We got some roadside wavings happening this morning, so you're going to find the Ada Calvo camp around the Chamorro Village in Paseo. So just watch your speed limit over on that end. Tamuning traffic is moving nicely. Getting around that JFK Kmart intersection, you will find a speed bump there. But aside from that, it looks like traffic is moving nicely on the streets of Guam. Let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. Remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster-in car seats. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Hagåtña, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Hagåtña is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early-stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodward Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodward Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodwardfoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
One 105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence right here on Mornings with Patti.
Who's that? Oh wait, that's me. Reflection so on fleek. I'm it, that's all I need. La-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Top check, I'm good, I'm golden. I got that groove unfolding. Hot beat so smooth, I'm rolling. La-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I got no stress. Sunshine in my pocket. Good news when I'm rocking. I'm feeling like ooh, 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 ooh. Rhythm in my soul. 24 karat gold. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah. so clean. Watch out, I take the scene. La-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Spotlight, yeah, that's my cue. Me again like deja vu. Too bright, can't miss the view. La-da-da-da-da-da-da. I got that glow. Ain't no shake can stop me. Good luck trying to tell me. I'm feeling like
12 minutes now after 7 o'clock in the morning. Sorry, I had to let that one go a little bit longer. Pardon me. It is just trying to get things together on this side of the fence. We actually did have an opportunity to talk to Sodexo, and they were supposed to be coming into the studio
Okay.
here in a couple of hours.
All right. Okay.
Heads up.
Okay.
They're bringing lunch.
Sodexo. All right. Well, let's see
Your
what
school,
these.
What is the school lunch for today? Do you still have that list?
I got to pull that list
Okay.
out. Let me pull the menu up. Okay. Well,
They're
let's
like
see what-
talking about breakfast and lunch, like what were you served today? They're going to bring it up so they could show us a show and tell of what it looks like.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see what these kids are eating. All right. Okay. So we're doing food reviews on school lunches.
Oh God,
Is that what we're doing? We're doing.
It sounds like that's what would it be about, right?
doing
Yeah,
food
doing a food
reviews.
review. I don't know if they want. I don't think that
I
they
don't think
want.
you guys want us to do a food review.
Well, I don't. Maybe they're not asking for us to do a food review as much as they just want to show off what their food looks like. And then if you dare to try it, then you are also welcome to do so.
I got you.
It's been a long time since I've had a lunch like that. You know what I mean? Like a school lunch. And I've never had a school lunch on Guam. So, I mean, not recently, at least not in this.
All right. Okay. Well, let's see what we got. And I know that they had some really good stuff on their menu. So let's see what they got for them today. I mean, every now and then you'll see like tacos, you'll see some nachos, you'll see some burgers, know. All right. Well, I'm interested to see what Sodexo's
Well,
got
it
up
looks
their sleeve.
like.
So let's see what they're doing.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean,
See what they're
they
doing.
also had to bring in some of these comfort foods for these kids.
What's comfort food?
Well, the things that they like, because you can't, like we're
They
going to
got
have
comfort food money.
Well, I mean, it's free.
Like,
So
y'all
if you're
get
doing nachos,
like
I want
brownies and like what is comfort food?
like you just said, nachos and
Okay.
burgers, and these
Got
are comfort
you.
foods for kids.
Okay.
This might be junk food has now become the fare of people.
Okay.
Like junk food is the main food.
Gotcha.
It's not junk anymore. It's their main diet. So a diet of these kinds of foods that were usually reserved for the Jack in the Box or something like that are now becoming the household staple. Like there's this one girl on TikTok I'm watching. Her baby is not even a year old, and the kid she's just a very sizable child. She's obese, and the mother says, "Oh, this is what I'm feeding little Lila today," and it was boxed mac and cheese and hot dogs.
Okay.
And so the serving that the child got was
Macaroni and cheese and hot dogs. Yummy. Let's go.
Yeah. Unless you're not one yet.
Oh.
And that's not, you couldn't look at it like highly processed boxed food as saying that would be the right choice. So it's just full of fat and full of processing, agents.
Well, they're not. Are they eating it every day? Or
No,
like
this
just-
is an everyday thing.
Okay.
So, and this is, listen, I'm not trying to say that, that it's wrong as much as I'm saying this is how people live, because this is the kind of foods that they can afford. And these manufacturers of these instant types of food do so because they're capturing an audience that is the majority of the people in America.
Macaroni and hot dogs, for the record, is actually really good.
Well, delicious
It is
after a certain
delicious.
strain, but yeah.
Dude, but I couldn't eat it every day though. Patty.
No, so, and the thing about that, this is the child's natural regular diet. See, so the mother's not doing, here's a couple of eggs and maybe some cut up chicken sausage, and then we've got fresh raspberries, for breakfast and yogurt. That I've seen those videos where the parents are really working in all of these nutritious foods. This little girl's everyday foods. Lunch, she had macaroni and cheese. It wasn't the Kraft macaroni. It's a knockoff, one of the knockoff brands. So God knows what's in that powder, right? So it's that, and then it wasn't hot dogs like cut up hot dogs in the macaroni. Because you're right, that stuff is good, definitely. It was 2 full hot dogs in a bun. and at least a half a box of the macaroni and cheese. That was lunch. And then when she had a 2-hour nap, she woke up and she had cookies as a snack, like Oreos, right?
Okay.
And then for dinner, Dinty Moore beef stew in the can.
Okay.
And I think it was instant mashed potatoes.
I don't like beef stew, period. So I'm gonna be like, ew, because I'm just not a
Well,
beef
canned
stewer.
beef stew is
just not a
another
beef
horrendous,
stewer.
another horrendous offering because it really resembles dog food. It smells like dog food.
can't do. That's what I think. When I say beef stew, it's
It
like,
was,
ew.
so that went and with the instant mashed potatoes with loaded into it was shredded cheddar cheese.
Okay.
Or actually, I'm sorry. It was sliced American slices.
Okay.
It's like 2 slices of this cheese into this cup or 2 cups of mashed potatoes, the instant kind. We add water.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, not a vegetable or fruit in sight, right?
Okay.
And then as a drink, it was just full on like juice, apple juice or orange juice or something like that. That's just also, this child was huge. And so, yeah, it's easy to make a judgment call, but why? You know what I mean? This is families who can afford to do what they can afford to do. And as long as the child's happy, then they're not thinking down the line about what the nutritional value is of the stuff that they're eating, right? And so you can't make a judge. We're beyond judging what people are eating. This is a matter of necessity. Because you know how much it costs to make macaroni and cheese from scratch? That's not with a powder, with all that cheese and the cream and the butter or the milk or whatever you're putting into it. It's expensive to buy fresh cheese and slice them up or whatever you do with that. Nobody has time for that. Nobody's got time for that. And so she's feeding also multiple children. So the family situation is survival, and it's not like it's a life or death thing or they're not eating, their budget just does not support eating that kind of food. The kinds of foods that you might have grown up with or the kinds of vegetables that you might have acquired a taste for as you were growing up. I don't know.
Teriyaki beef dippers. What does that sound like to you? Teriyaki beef dippers. What direction are we going?
Like chunks of food, chunks of beef that taste like
4
teriyaki?
pieces of teriyaki beef dippers, 1/2
What's a dipper?
cup, I don't know,
Oh.
1/2 cup of brown rice, broccoli and a 1/2 cup of pineapple tidbits. That is for lunch today.
Okay.
Yes.
So
teriyaki-
tidbits, it just must be chunks of teriyaki beef.
No. That's the pineapple. But 4 pieces of teriyaki beef dippers, 1/2 cup of brown rice, 1/2 cup of broccoli, 1/2 cup of pineapple tidbits.
See, now as an adult, that wouldn't be a bad meal, right? But I don't know if kids like brown rice.
I don't know.
And I don't even know what a dipper is. What is a dipper?
I was gonna ask you. I'm like,
Is it
no,
like
what is-
a
that's
like
what I'm
a
looking at too.
it's
I'm
like a
I don't know. I don't know.
like you pick it up and eat it kind of dipper? Or you dip
Like
it in
I'm-
ranch?
is it like fish sticks? Like I'm on fish stick vibes.
Oh.
I'm getting fish stick vibes,
Ugh.
but it's teriyaki beef dippers.
It's probably a chunk of meat.
Probably a chunk of meat.
Yeah,
it could be.
that's with a
All right. And then they got
teriyaki
brown
sauce
rice,
over.
broccoli, and
Okay.
pineapple.
I mean, that could be a meal for an adult or in a family. I don't know. That
Okay. All
that
right.
doesn't sound horrible. Does it sound horrible to you, or you don't like
I
brown
don't know
rice?
what it is. I don't. I've never tried brown rice. I can't knock it till I try it.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. I'm not gonna knock it till I try it. I'm a jasmine ricer, but let's see how it goes. Okay. All right. That's what we got. That's,
What's
That's
breakfast?
for lunch today, and for breakfast we are having for breakfast today, Patty.
Yeah.
Breakfast on a stick. Syrup and fresh banana. I think that was supposed to be French toast. No, it's not.
No, it's
because
like a
there's-
pancake covering a sausage.
That's breakfast. Okay, all
You know what I
right.
mean?
Okay, so
which
it's
is why they have syrup.
so it's a breakfast corn dog.
There you go.
A breakfast corn dog.
Yeah,
okay.
it's like pancake and a sausage.
breakfast
around
corn.
it.
What is today's day? What is today?
Today's the 25th.
Today's the 25th. Okay, I lied. It's
Okay.
pancakes and bananas. I lied. I'm
That's
sorry. I lied.
Okay.
Pancakes and bananas. I apologize.
Yeah, pancakes, bananas, syrup.
That's
milk.
Look, man, I ain't mad at little pancakes and bananas. That I can do. I can do that.
Well, that's good because Dice can be a
I
very
can do
picky
that.
eater.
Strawberry stuffed bagels, Patty. I'm not mad at
Strawberry
that.
stuffed bagels.
Yes, you get a bagel and it's stuffed with strawberries. Come on, Patty.
What
let's
does that even
visualize.
mean? I don't get
know,
it.
but it sounds bougie and it sounds good.
Yeah, it
they
does.
got that sounds really good. They got sausage and cheese. They got English muffins. There's they got croissant money.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Hey,
All
I
right.
ain't mad at that.
That's
Okay.
that's an option.
I changed my mind. So next, so we're ready.
Okay, is that an option?
No, that's
like
the
all
menu.
of that.
The whole
Wait,
week.
pancakes and bananas and sausage and cheese.
No.
Okay.
Today only, they're having pancakes and bananas.
Okay.
Tomorrow. They
Oh, I
have
see. Tomorrow, gotcha.
breakfast pizza. The day after that, they got croissants, and then
Oh, okay.
a benefit bar. What's a benefit bar? What are you feeling like? You got me at benefit bar.
They took the word breakfast off the bar that Rand Kaufman had outlawed from the schools. Now they call it the benefit bar.
It's called a benefit
That's
bar.
the
I'm
one that they
like,
said had 18 teaspoons of
go.
sugar in it.
Okay, so next show.
Okay.
All right, are they bringing breakfast or they're bringing lunch?
They're being both.
They're bringing both. Okay, I'm tapped in on. No, I'm.
Well, we'll find out what you're tapped into because you might,
lock in on the breakfast. Okay, lunch to you said it's August. Okay, I'm going through this menu here, so I'm gonna see what lunch is today. Make sure I get the days right. This is exciting. This is okay. So now I can be like, hey, I tried what you're having for lunch. So I don't want to hear it because I ate it too.
What do the kids eat in private schools? Like, what is a
Okay,
sample?
That's a whole nother
I
conversation.
know, but what are they eating in private schools?
Sushi.
Sushi.
I'm not making this up.
Like raw meat, raw fish?
Patty, these kids, man.
There must not be raw fish though. It's got to be like
They got noodles.
ramen, like
No,
soba.
no, Patty,
spaghetti.
no.
Buttered noodles.
Step it up a few notches, Patty. That's what these kids. Right. That's for that tuition.
Well, somebody better be feeding them some good
Somebody
food
better
if
be
that's
feeding
their
them
tuition.
something,
Yeah.
yeah, dude. So when they get in the car, I'm like, what was lunch today? Like, well, we had sushi, but so-and-so took one. And I'm like, you had what? I'm
Sorry, you had me at sushi.
I know, man. I mean, like, Patty gave me some cold spaghetti, but you had what today? I had cold spaghetti from her leftovers last night. And you guys are eating what today? Hold on. I had a
They
microwave.
were having truffle pasta.
You see where I'm at?
Yeah, I see
right?
where you're at.
I'm like, what's going on? I microwaved my lunch today. What are you guys doing?
That is funny.
You can't compare. Private schools, I mean, they got it differently. So, you know what? But I'm excited to try this. So, Sodexo.
Okay. Sodexo, bring it.
Bring it. I'm ready. I am locked in.
Well, like I said,
Charge my phone.
from curriculum.
I'm
wait,
ready.
from campus
I'm ready to do
problems
this.
to curriculum
Curriculum.
to transportation
Patty,
to
stop.
food.
Stop.
That's like the stuff that they're talking about in the Department of Education today. That knocking the food and walking uphill from a bus that couldn't, the little engine that couldn't do it. They're taking a hit to that. I almost want to. I feel like I should do something.
I feel bad for them.
I know.
I feel bad for them. I'm like, man.
But then they're not ever talking about the other 95%.
It's like, give them a break.
What are these other kids
Give 'em a
doing in
break.
these other schools where everything is just peachy creamy? These kids are anxious to go to school. They want to get on that bus or they want to be dropped off. They like the breakfast. They're getting all of the balanced meals that they feel like they're not getting at home. And they're going to school and they're learning their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, right? They're learning all of that stuff.
It's pizza day.
Today, wait,
It's
lunch?
pizza day. Patty, it's pizza day. I love pizza. Look,
Wait a
I
minute,
am a
pizza
Ninja
day
Turtle.
for lunch?
It's a pizza day,
Oh, I
yes.
thought you said it was something else.
No,
it wasn't beef
Today is August 25th. August 25th. It is cheesy breadsticks, marinara, or pepperoni pizza, baby carrots. I don't want any of that. With ranch. Okay, you can have the carrots. And then they got fruits. I'm good. I'll pass on the carrots and ranch, but I can do some cheesy breadsticks and some pizzas.
This is my
so
friend
sorry.
and producer, Di.
I'm so
she's
sorry.
She's a 12-year-old boy.
I'm so sorry.
That's what you are. You're
This
a 12-year-old
looks good.
boy.
Look at this. They're having it to feed today, man. I am a Ninja Turtle. Bring that. I'm ready to go.
Well, that's what you got to do. You got to jack up the kids before they go to school. Like, hey, guess what you're having today?
Look, come on,
You
man.
are having beef teriyaki dippers.
Yeah, that's tomorrow. Yakisoba noodles. That's tomorrow. They got yakisoba money. See, you know what? This
Well,
is
that's
not
not
bad.
bad.
This is
Yeah.
not bad. Okay, you know what? This ain't bad. Let's just compare it to that.
Whatever there's an explanation. So Sodexo actually explained that was not the served up meal, that was cannibalized.
Patty, I was doing good with the pizza. Then you just
Sorry.
brought that back up again, and it's like
that it was a cannibalized plate that transformed into that.
Okay.
Transfigured into this.
Okay.
And that was not ever served in that cafeteria on that day.
Got you.
That parts of it were cannibalized and thrown in the trash. And then
Okay.
they'll explain it because I don't speak for Sodexo and I want to try to do what we can to make it right. That's all.
You should put cannibals and food together. I mean, that doesn't. I'm just sorry. That doesn't. Is it me or like this is cannibalized food?
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God.
wait, what? Hold on. No.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
just take the chocolate milk. At that point, it's like, just give me the milk. It's just, you can't ruin that. Just
Yeah.
give me the milk. It's in a carton. Yeah, you can't mess that up.
That's the one thing I never did.
It's like, just give me the
You
milk.
know what? I could not do the cartons of milk.
You couldn't do a carton of milk?
There are certain things that
Patty.
I just have. They've got to be just like the right temperature and the right date on the expiration.
you get the
I do not. I see you drinking that. Like they have milk in here for adults.
I love
Like
that.
sometimes they have like surplus of stuff and they
good
put
for
it in the
your bones.
refrigerator for the drink. And Dice is out here. Like I said, she's a 12-year-old boy. She's sucking up
you right
cartons
now.
of milk from the refrigerator.
I have a 5K to do this weekend, Patty.
Oh, do you?
I
Okay.
do. I got a 5K to do. It's on Saturday. You should come and run with me. I'm going to get you some milk, too, while we're at it. Yes. And the milk cartons are fun because then you can drink it all and you put the air in it. You can step on it, pop it, and freak the teachers out. So that was fun.
I
I'm
never
sorry.
drank it.
You never did?
Never
the
drank
empty
this Skol
cartons.
milk.
You never freak out the
Never,
teachers? with
No.
empty
Oh,
cartons?
no.
No, they're like, hey, who's making all that noise in the hallway?
Oh no! We used to take this the milk cartons
Step
and make
on 'em and-
gingerbread houses out of them.
Hey, wow.
Yeah, you just take the
That's
glue
smart.
and you take because it's the shape of a house,
Patty, you're
right?
smart.
And then you put like paste, and then you can't eat them, and then like the stale graham crackers, and then all of the candies.
Hey.
Or you use icing, so that the kids can eat
I'll
it.
write that down. That could be a fun little
That's a great.
challenge.
No, I
That's
used
a
to,
good challenge. Or
That's
something.
every the kids in my house.
They do
every
that?
Christmas, yeah, we would
Okay.
collect the milk cartons from
Milk
school,
cartons.
and then we'd make little gingerbread villages.
That would be cool.
And it was just an activity that we did during the Christmas break.
I like that actually. I
Yeah.
really do.
And then you just
I
get like a
that.
bunch of the little candies, and then you decorate, and and you
pretty
get
neat.
like one of those. Either you can make your frosting if you're adventurous like that, or you can just buy the Betty Crocker stuff that is
Okay.
pasty anyway.
Okay.
Just smear the back of the the graham cracker,
Patty,
tape
you're
it to the
onto
sides of the
something.
thing, take a little more, dip some of these little candies in them, and make gingerbread house.
See, we need to have like a Sodexo challenge.
Oh, like what could you,
You
do
know
with
what
your discarded food?
No, eat it. Guys, make sure that
And what are you going to do with
I
that
mean-
teriyaki beef tidbit thing? What are you going to do with that dipper? What are you going to do with that thing? You could,
Something like that.
make a tree or something.
We're not,
It's like discarded food art.
we're not telling you to play with your food, but
Play with your food.
don't play with your food.
Just don't throw it
but-
in the trash can.
Yeah, I'd be like, have a little Sodexo challenge.
When they first did it, I can't remember who was.
Okay,
I don't know if it was Kings or if it was Sodexo. It was the year of Michelle Obama's influence over school lunches, where
Is she to blame for the no salt, no sugar, no nothing?
I believe so.
Oh,
I believe that
God.
was a Michelle Obama contribution to society.
Michelle.
Was everybody's going to eat healthy, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, why?" And then she started I believe it was it Ukuru or was it one of the schools became the pilot school for the salad bar.
There's a school.
There
with
was they had the pilot school. I feel like it was Ukuru that they had a whole salad bar set up. So an option was for seniors to eat salads. They wanted to see
salad
if it would
bar.
fly.
Word? Okay. Get it.
Yeah.
Crush that.
And then and then that stopped working. Then,
they ran out
I
of
don't.
salad,
You know what?
or-
Honestly, I really don't know.
Okay.
Because now they're telling us. Remember, it's like don't eat beets because this. The lettuce has salmonella. They'll find in this fresh produce that.
Okay.
Yeah, I made a salad bar last night, and I got to tell you, I washed everything like 3 times, spun it dry, dried it again with paper towel, sealed it hermetically in these bags, took all the air out of them, and then stored them in the refrigerator.
What parasites are you trying to
I'm
kill?
just not trying to die.
What parasites
I'm not
you
trying to die
worried
on my
about?
salad bar.
I got you. Okay, get
Yeah.
that in there. Croutons and all. Get it, Patty. You go, Patty. You didn't do croutons? You don't have croutons? You didn't do croutons?
Last night, I didn't. No, I didn't do.
Okay.
Yeah. It was Ukuru High School, thank you. And we had local grown lettuce.
You got to go local. You have to.
Yeah.
You got to go local, Patty. I mean, they got like no pesticides, no nothing in them. You know what I mean? I'm addicted to our local grown. I'm about that. I'm about that.
Yeah.
I don't mind hitting the vegetable stand. Be like, what time y'all gonna be selling vegetables this weekend? You guys got kundut?
I like that too.
You like that?
And kadu?
Yes, Patty. Right? You got to
That's
know.
melon right there. Yeah, I like
Yes.
that.
I'm like, you guys got kundut? You know, my go-to, man. You know, that's Julie. Jules.
What?
She has her own vegetable stand.
Really? Where
Yeah,
at? Is that the
Jules.
one in?
And Dedido.
Is that on?
And she's got Attis. Oh.
Otis.
Anyways,
First of all,
as I was.
Wait, where's
she's
the
got-
stand?
In Dedido.
Where
the
night?
Dedido Market every morning. She got like the Dedido Market. You don't know where
the
Dedido
flea market? The old one or the new one?
There's an old one? I don't know.
Yeah,
where
the old one is on the side where Payless Markets is.
By the Coban, whatever side that is.
Oh, that's the new one.
That's the new one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'm at the new one.
Oh,
I didn't know
yeah.
there was
She has people go there on Saturday mornings.
Yes.
It's like the place to go for like local produce and stuff.
Oh, yes. I'm all about that. I be in there, get my Cancun. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to die this weekend because it's fresh.
So here, this one comes
for it. What do you
that Sodexo does a premium job. They run over 1,500 schools in the U.S., and they are our major school lunch program providers. They do the best what they can do with the assets they're provided by DOL and those aged kitchens. DOL or DOE and the aged kitchens. Anyway, Sodexo does have a once-a-year taster for future chefs, DOE, okay, future chefs and future chefs events and students to invent their own meals that their grade and award the best new meal that a student came up with. It's an annual event. They invite Senator. Yes, I know this. We were actually. They came into the studio, and they gave us. The Christina Rodriguez was here from Sodexo, and they gave us the categories. They have like a high school, middle school categories, and the students are chosen to come up with a meal. And that meal actually the winning meal is served in the school.
I'm with that.
Yeah.
I love this. I'm excited.
I remember that. So Sodexo isn't just a Guam thing. Yeah, that's clear. Sodexo, is a major food service provider. So anyway, let's go ahead and take a break, shall we? We'll do that right now and then come back on the other side. Maria Pangilinan, there's been a decision out of the Supreme Court about mail-in balloting. We'll talk about that and how it applies to Guam here on Mornings with Patti.
Member FDIC.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Today, Guam. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. It's time to hit the streets right now. Here is another look at your traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. You could schedule a test drive. Give us a call at 478-AUTO. If you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. Just head to guamautospot.com. All right, folks, let's see what we got. It's not at the 8 o'clock rush hour just yet. It's only 7:36 in the morning, but we do have traffic already building up for our friends along Route 3 this morning. Coming around GRMC, that's going to be the Guam Regional Medical City. You will find some north as well as southbound traffic this morning. We've also got our first car accident this morning. It'll be along Route 1. That's going to be in Gigo this morning, and it's going to be northbound. So expect some delays on East Marine Corps Drive in Gigo, Route 1 heading towards Wistic Road. So you can expect some wait time over on that end. Machechi Road is looking really good right now. No delays there. Coming around the Micronesia Mall, it looks like traffic is also building up outside of the Jollibee intersection. Kmart intersection this morning in Tamuni. We are looking at the ITC intersection. Mongmong Totu Maiti traffic is looking nice this morning. A little delay getting in and out of Harvest Christian Academy. Barragata Route 10 traffic is light. Mangilaw, however, is beginning to pick up. Let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. Remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early-stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Welcome to the problem program. There's no problem here. We're good. Welcome to the program. I wanted to catch up with Maria Pangilinan, who's the executive director for the Guam Election Commission, joining us on the line. Hi, good morning, Maria Pangilinan.
Half a day, Patti Arroyo.
How are you doing?
Good. Thank you very much.
You sound a lot better than you did a couple of weeks ago, coming off a cold and stuff. And a lot of people had that, so you sound great. I'm glad that you feel better.
Thank you so much, Hungen.
Okay, fantastic. So, back to biz. So this morning we got word that the Supreme Court said that the president could begin carrying out parts of that executive order, which was intended to restrict mail voting. But, of course, there's still more challenges that would come up to it before the November election. I wanted to know how that affects Guam. When are we trumped by the executive order, or are we, and pun intended, or are we safe in these parts when it comes to our mail voting process?
Okay, so Guam does not have vote by mail, first and foremost. So what we do have are mail-in ballots from off-island voters. So we contacted the postmaster yesterday to talk about changes in the system, in the post system for ballots, but our postmaster, our Guam post office, has not received any word yet on any changes of the process. So we're keeping tabs on that. With regard to vote by mail, Guam does not have vote by mail.
What's the difference between mail-in balloting and vote by mail?
Same thing. So vote by mail is they mail you the ballot and you mail it back.
Right. And mail-in balloting is what?
I'm thinking that in the executive order, that's what it refers to, vote by mail.
Yeah, but what's the difference in the way we do it? They get a ballot, they still get a ballot, and then they mail in that ballot. Is that not voting?
No, because that's covered in UOCAVA, the Uniform and Overseas Citizens Act.
So that go ahead.
So I don't think, and I need to defer to the legal counsel, but I don't think that's what they refer to in the executive order. Yeah, I think, the intent, I think, with that executive order is, what do they call, one of the things that we hear about when we go to our meetings is people go to nursing homes and collect their ballots and mail and vote those ballots. That's an example of what we hear about that deters a vote by mail.
So the Supreme Court, according to the Associated Press, sided with the Trump administration in a case over President Trump's executive order restricting mail-in voting, though it remains unclear how much can be implemented before the fast-approaching midterms. The decision leaves room for additional court challenges that could further slow Trump's order, and other similar cases have already been filed. The Postal Service laid out how it would implement the order last week, but time is running short to impose major changes, with some states beginning to send mail ballots to voters in just a few weeks. The court's conservative majority didn't decide the legality of the order, instead ruling that the states did not have the legal right to challenge it. So this, because it doesn't apply to us, we don't do the mail-in voting. We do a mail-in voting, but not to the degree that it is done on the mainland. And even the way it's done on the mainland for mail-in voting, that is the option of the voter to receive the ballot from their own state election commission or whatever, to receive the ballots and then mail them back, which is different than UCAVA, in that military service members whose home base is Guam, with the right to be able to vote in Guam elections, are given the ballot at their request.
Correct. They have to request for every election cycle.
Okay.
We don't just automatically send it to them.
Right. And do the states automatically send it to their voters, or the voter has to express an option?
Oh, in some states, once the voter says, I'm a mail-in vote, I'm a vote by mail person, they don't have to request anymore.
Oh, okay. So that's established upon residency. That's established when you establish an address with the USPS.
Yeah.
You notify them that you want to receive that.
No, you notify the election folks.
Okay.
That you're going to do vote by mail.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's the only way my daughter voted, both in California and in Nevada, was by mail. Like the ballot came, and I was scouring over them because it was interesting. They had a lot of different races. They had a lot of different, they had a lot of different. What's the word that you use when it
measures?
Huh?
Measures. Yeah, they had a lot of initiatives, maybe.
Initiatives, that's what it is. They had a lot of initiatives to vote on. So it was interesting to, just to see in their neck of the woods what kind of issues that they were dealing with during that election. But I don't know how that's going to affect, because there are a lot of people that are from Guam who vote there, who live there, are residents, permanent residents of that, and probably exercise that same thing. Not that they hear what we're doing over here. I guess it doesn't matter to them. I was mostly concerned about those who request a ballot. But if they request a ballot and they're not UCOVA, they're not covered under UCOVA, that they request a ballot because they're going to be gone. It's an absentee sort of ballot that they're asking for, and they print out the ballot and then they mail it in.
Correct. And so quite a few of the off-island ballots include those that are students, those that are out for medical referral. And if they go to the Philippines, they're considered UOCAVA because they're overseas.
Really? Even if they're not in the military or serving in the military?
Correct. If they're in a foreign country, they're labeled overseas citizens.
Oh, interesting.
And hence they have the same privilege as the military voter.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. So how are we? I know that the other day or last week you guys were able to do the ballot placements, and so now you've been able to deal with the ballots at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So September 10th will be our next meeting. We still have one more deadline before we before we even get the approval for we got approval for the ballot design. But the final ballot needs to get approved, and that would happen probably September 10th. September 5th is the deadline for judges and justices to request to be on the ballot. So that's one more deadline we have to wait for.
Oh, to retain them, you mean?
Yes, a judicial retention question.
Are they all that they have to do that? It's up to the judiciary to provide you that ballot, and not because you're not.
No, they let us know. They will write to us to tell us, please put me on the ballot, and that's every 7 years for judges, every 10 years for justices.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I didn't ask the question right. That's not, you're not keeping track of the retention dates for these justices and judges. They have to contact you to tell them that these guys are up for the judicial retention question.
We kind of do, we work, we collaborate, so we kind of do. We've already contacted the courts to check if anyone's up. So they're the ones that should initiate it by law.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else you want me to know? Are you still registering people and all of that's still active right now?
Yes, we're doing registration. Organizations are calling us for voter registration drives, so that's good.
Yeah.
And our online voter registration is happening very much. We're keeping track on that, and we know that people who register online show up to vote. So we're excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
October 8th starts early voting at the Westin, and it'll run until October 28th, and it'll be Tuesday through Saturday, 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Same schedule as the primary.
Right, okay. It's very smart of you to do that on a Saturday, since it frees up so many more people and their abilities to go without having to leave work. That to me is a great benefit for those who just have to wrestle with trying to beat the time to get there during a weekday.
Yes, and the staff and the commissioners, we put that schedule together maybe a couple cycles before, and it works. So that we want to keep that, and it's about the same time frame. I think 2 weeks, and we can take care of all the voters if they show up for early voting.
You know, let me pivot back to the original question about the Postal Service and your communication with them. They, in the case of mail-in, how would it work, especially here, if you have a voter who is part of Yukova, sorry, I keep messing that up, and how do they distinguish between that and I don't know. It's just the envelope has to be listed that it's going to GEC, that there is an actual official envelope, so that the Postal Service knows.
Yes, the Postal Service provides us a template, and so we if we have the big envelopes that fit the ballot without folding, and then we have the smaller envelopes that fold the ballot in half. Both envelopes have the insignia that the U.S. Post Office provides us. So when they see that, they know it's an election ballot. And here on Guam, our postal system is very good about recognizing those ballots. So we start to mail out ballots on September 19th, I believe. That's 45 days before the election. That's the last day to mail out all the ballots that have been requested already by that day. So when we go to the post office, we call our postmaster, let them know that we're on our way, and they accept those ballots right away. And our voters can keep track of where their ballots are on our website.
Okay. All right. Wow. All right. It seems like, we have it easy over here, right? And that's the good thing, that we make it so much easier for our voters, the convenience of it, and for them to register in a variety of places. It's just, they're not necessarily turning out the way we want them. Although, it was a dismal showing during the primary election, and I think that it sounds like you guys are putting out great hope that those who are registering to vote now are doing so because this is a big race that has a lot of questions. I think everybody's up for election.
Yes, so we hope they show up to vote. We're trying our best to get them out.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that'll do it for us. Maria, unless there's something else you want to add to let people know something.
No, that's it. Merci, Patti Arroyo, for all you do for Guam Election Commission.
Thank you, Maria Pangolin, and all you do for Guam and the election. All right. We'll talk to you soon. Yeah.
Patti.
Yes, ma'am.
Play our song once in a while.
Dice.
I will find it. What is the song?
It's the election song.
The election song.
The election song.
Oh yeah, I have it.
The election song.
It's the one that we were playing right before the election. It was in Chamorro, and then they played it in.
Shoot It My Direction.
And then they did a. What did they do? They did it.
And
they translated it in English.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Shoot it my direction, and I can fire it up for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll make sure that we run that for you. No question.
And maybe more voters will show up.
Oh yeah, I mean the song is catchy.
I gotcha.
And so the song is catchy. I'm finding it right now in because I actually played it off. Here it is. I played it off my phone the last time. So yeah, we'll definitely play the whole thing.
All right.
Okay.
Merci, Patti.
It's my pleasure, ma'am. Thank you so much. That is Maria Pangolin from the Guam Election Commission. We're going to do our best to make sure that there's a song associated with voting. We'll play the whole thing for you coming up. We are KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says to accept a trade deal with the U.S., the Canadian auto industry would be weakened. No deal has been reached. The U.S. is imposing new tariffs on Canada, and Canada is doing the same. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says, be ready for the escalation.
Canada did not start this fight, but we're prepared to win it. Team Canada needs to stand united. Stand up to this attack on our economy, use our leverage to protect our workers, and make clear to President Trump that Canada is not for sale.
Vice President J.D. Vance says Canada would not bend.
What we've said to Canada is stop it. Apply a basic principle of fairness to the trade that you're doing between North Dakota and Canada, between Maine and Canada. And what happened at the very end is they came in with a bunch of unreasonable last-minute demands. I frankly thought we had a deal. I think that we should have a deal.
Ford warned Canada could cut off electricity and critical minerals to the U.S. British Prime Minister Andy Burnham says the UK will help Ukraine produce long-range missiles.
Vladimir has now asked that we share our Storm Shadow technology so that Ukraine can build these capabilities themselves. I am pleased to confirm today that I have approved that request and that British and French industry, and we thank President Macron and his colleagues too, that we will now work with Ukraine to take this capability forward.
Burnham is in Kyiv for Ukraine's Independence Day. Around Reno, Nevada, wildfires are getting closer to neighborhoods. Teresa Lynchen is out of her home.
Oh my gosh, I'm still scared to death. It's like, you don't know if the winds are going to shift and it's going to get worse, so you're just kind of, I got all my stuff in my car and in his car, so we're just like ready to go.
This is AP News. You can get a bachelor's degree in just 3 years.
Giles Sims was sick of getting passed over for jobs because he did not have a college degree and was often told,
on your skills assessment, you guys scored the same, so we went with the one that had the degree.
Even when he went for more entry-level jobs, he found those jobs are largely being handled by AI.
The jobs that I'm qualified for just aren't there.
Even when he found a job, he kept getting cut and mass layoffs.
Over and over and over again.
With a wife and a widowed mother to support, he needed a quick solution. So the laid-off web developer turned to one of a growing number of 3-year degree programs now being offered around the country. The new U.S. programs let students finish faster by completing as few as 90 credit hours instead of the typical 120 hours for a 4-year bachelor's degree. Critics say the degrees cut corners. Giles says that the programs seem more tailored for a fast-changing job market. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Alrighty, Guam, half a day, everyone. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and hit the streets right now. 8:04 in the morning. It's your traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. You could schedule that test drive by calling 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. All you got to do is head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, folks, it looks like traffic is definitely picking up this morning, getting around Hagåtña, West O'Brien Drive, cruising around Sinahanya this morning, as well as Ordot. You will find some north and southbound traffic, Route 10 in Manilao as well. For our friends getting up and around Mobile Gas Station in Manilao, coming around FD, you'll find some delay there, as well as Route 10 in Barrigada this morning, and that's going to be up and around Antolon Middle School. Mongmong to Mighty, Route 8 this morning, north and southbound traffic trying to get in and out of Harvest Christian Academy. Route 16 this morning, additional delays along Route 16, and that's for our friends that are flowing in and out of Harmon, coming around St. Paul Christian School, trying to get around Capitol Kitchen, working your way through T-10 this morning. You can expect some wait time over on that end this morning as well. No justice is being served in Upper Tumon as we got backed up traffic in both Upper Tumon as well as Lower Tumon this morning. 8 o'clock rush hour is in effect right now. If you're hopping onto Route 3, we got additional delays over on that side. I would like to remind and encourage all the motorists to please watch your speed limit. We had 2 traffic accidents this morning, one around the main gate of Anderson Air Force Base northbound traffic, and second traffic accident this morning also along Route 1, and that's going to be coming around Eli's Auto Repair and Safety Testing Spot. So that's both northbound traffic along Route 1. So that's 2 accidents this morning. So again, folks, let's just watch our speed limit. Just be alert around the school zones, coming around the villages, the bus stops this morning. School buses are also making their rounds, so please make sure that your seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. It's your traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Haggadah, get ready! The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that. And that. Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
That's the voting song.
Hey,
That's the one. That's the one. Mangilao. Mangilao. No, she says Mangilao.
I love that. Great job.
Yeah, great job indeed. That was the song that was written just for Guam elections to inspire people. Daniel de Leon Guerrero wrote the song. Kaylee Perez Villasato is the singer on this, and it was produced by Kiko Yamashita. Nice. Very good. Okay. And that's the anthem for the election this year, is to make sure that you vote. And if a song can inspire you to call in Yount by Village, then who are the two villages that just that broke it down, Aganya and Melissa?
Was it?
Yeah, I can't remember that. They were like the percentage of voters that showed up
the
in
smallest village.
There's the smallest villages like Aganya and like Melissa or something like that.
Nice.
But well, it was done by percentages. So
good job.
If you have a smaller number group, but a lot of you showed up, then your percentages are higher, as opposed to someplace like Jigo or Dedido or even Tamuning. But anyway, if that inspires you to get out and vote, then absolutely do so. They open up, she says, October 8th through the 20th is when they're going to open up the West End for early voting. And all of this, the conversation is happening because I was, the breaking story today is the pass that the Supreme Court gave to the Trump executive order to start using parts of the mail-in voting executive order that he was passed, because he has blamed mail-in voting for his loss to Joe Biden back in 2020. He has promoted these changes through this executive order as safeguards to keep non-U.S. citizens from voting. The problem is there's never been any evidence produced that said non-U.S. Citizens were actually voting in that election, that it's been difficult for him to swallow the fact that he lost the 2020 election. He's also repeatedly pressed for the passage of this legislation that requires proof of citizenship to vote. Non-citizenship voting has been shown to be rare, and it is a felony that is punishable by deportation. So enough of a reason for you not to vote if you are a non-citizen. Is it worth getting kicked out of the country? And who's your godzu as a result of that? Using mail ballots has become increasingly popular with voters of both parties. About 30% of all ballots cast that way during the 2024 presidential election, according to federal data. The process also is secure. A 2025 Brookings Institution study found only about 4 cases of fraud out of every 10 million mail ballots cast. They wanted to disrupt black voting power. That's the fight against redistricting and the GOP's effort to silence a ballot demographic. They loosened the rules again, allowing redistricting. That's a quote, by the way. That's not coming from me. But they also are doing the same thing for women in the Save Vote Act. And that is to stop any woman whose name on their ballot registration is different than the name on their birth certificate. And that one's the harebrained that I just can't wrap my mind around. Like, how often do you carry around your marriage certificate? You need your marriage certificate the one time after you get married to go to Social Security, to go get your driver's license, to change your passport. You know, you always have that marriage certificate to show that you have had a name change, and you have to produce these documents, because you can't have, you have to have all of these documents that say that you are who you are, especially a passport. And, women who take on men's names, their husbands' names, or their partners' names. And so you come to a situation where you've registered to vote as, Sally Doe, but your birth certificate shows that you're actually Sally Jones, right? So you go to the polls to vote in your district, and it shows that you are Sally Doe on your ID, but you are actually Sally Jane on your birth certificate. I don't know how they're going to show that you are not the same unless they go through everybody's birth certificates to find out if the name is correct. And so that was definitely something that women were fighting for in this country, or fighting against in this country, because a lot of people who wanted to go and vote knew that they weren't going to go find their marriage certificate. And sometimes that's a fee at the Vital Statistics for even them to send it to you through email. It's like they charge some weird, administrative fee or processing fee or something like that. It was really basically, you forwarding the image. But, everybody's out to get some money out of a fee these days. And so a lot of women probably weren't even going to go. That was the thing. A lot of women weren't going to go so far as to try to contact the place where their marriage certificate was filed in order for them to prove who they are when they go to the polls. So that was part of the SAVE Act, which a lot of people didn't know about. But if he's doing this, obviously, because he wants to get an edge over those who he thinks voted for Joe Biden but were not U.S. citizens, the Supreme Court looks like they're siding with at least most of it. And what's also going to happen, what we're also definitely seeing, is that some of the states have already started the mailing out these ballots, and they can't take them back. And these people are going to be denied the right to vote because now they've made it their intention to vote through mail-in, and for some of them, there's a number of reasons why you don't vote, that you don't want to, and it's mostly it's convenience. And so what it then does is it discourages, first of all, women from going to get their marriage certificate or their birth certificates, not marriage, their birth certificates, or marriage certificates to show who they currently are. And it discourages people from actually getting dressed and going to the polls when the convenience of them having been sent to their house is far more attractive. And so this, as Maria Pangilinan said, that doesn't necessarily have much to do with Guam, because the only way we vote here is through going to the polls. And if you don't live here, absentee balloting, and a lot of these voters are under the Yokava, which is the law that says that those who live off island, mostly military service members who are, registered to vote in Guam, have the right to vote wherever they are. And that's something that isn't going to change, and it's certainly something that is not going to affect Guam at all. So I learned a little bit more about it, because she also says if you're out on medical, for example, if you're in the Philippines for medical and you're not going to be here, that's also under Yokava because you're not here. So they consider it that that's a ballot that you're trying to cast from wherever you are internationally. So that was pretty interesting. I was reading this story. Well, not reading. I interviewed the guy. What am I saying? But he did have a news release out here the other day about the data centers on Guam, and he's calling for some answers to questions that he has about how we're supposed to accommodate these growing data centers on Guam. Excuse me. Dice for a second. Sorry. How we're to accommodate the explosion of data centers that has happened or is going to happen from some of these telecommunication companies, and how that fits into the grid, and how that will affect average consumers like you and I, whose power is connected to the same grid that is drawing more power in our neighborhoods. Like, for example, that GU3, which is a GTA data center that's on Camp Watkins Road. That's recently gone up. It's a beautiful building. But clearly, these telecommunications companies are producing these data centers that are drawing electricity that GPA is in danger of constantly having to meet the demand with small generation. So Will Parkins said yesterday, and I quote here, most people on Guam probably don't realize this, and they said this yesterday on the radio. I think he was reading it too. But data centers are already here and more are coming. Guam is attractive because we sit at a major crossroads of the physical internet. 12 submarine cable systems already connect through Guam, linking Asia, Oceania, and the United States. GTA already operates 3 data centers. Its GU3 Alupang facility alone has 4 megawatts of power capacity. Docomo Pacific and IT&E also operate data centers or cloud hosting services. Now, a new 50,000 square foot Pipefish data center is planned on 10 acres near Tangisan. Its actual power demand has not publicly been disclosed, but comparable facilities suggest roughly 5 to 10 megawatts is a reasonable planning range. That matters because U.S. Department of Energy has formally declared a power emergency on Guam on August 4th. GPA reported peak demand on Guam of up to 234 megawatts, with only 170 to 192 megawatts available, leaving 42 to 64 shortage, which is what led to load shedding. We're now operating under emergency federal authority to run parts of the Ukuru power plant outside environmental regulations just to meet the power demand. A new 10 megawatt load would not be insignificant, especially when we are not generating enough for our own current needs. He says, I'm not saying Guam should reject data centers. I'm saying we need answers before adding major loads to an already stressed grid. How much power will they use? Can GPA handle it? Who pays for the upgrades? And will families be protected from higher costs and more outages? That's one utility. The other one is Guam Water Works Authority, and we will be expecting that our water bill will be increased significantly for some people. And it is, prices of everything have gone up significantly, and it's really definitely taking a toll on people here that are complaining of their power bills. Just for August is showing a real big increase because of the fuel surcharge. And then, of course, we've had this conversation already, and there's really nothing we can do about the complaints that are coming from the public that we're load shedding at a time where we were promised that this time last year was an impossibility to happen with Ukudu Power. So these are viable questions that Will Parkinson is asking, and I really do want to know what those answers are and how to improve the grid to accommodate these large industries that are taking up so much of the wattage that it makes it difficult for the average consumer to just go home and make dinner when the power is out for load shedding at 6 o'clock in the evening. It's coming up on the bottom of the hour. We're going to go ahead here, Dice, and take that break real quick. We'll be right back.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early-stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford. Customers first.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Haggadah, get ready! The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep the day moving right here on Mornings with Patti.
Stepping in smooth with a shine on me. Go crowd lean when I slide on beat. Little rim shield, that's the vibe I keep. Confidence loud, let it talk, don't speak. Got a baseline walking like it on these streets. One step sitting like a victory sweep. No cap, I'm the spark when the lights are fade. Blow so bright, make the jealousy shade. Hey. Yeah, we go high. Watch how we shine. Turn up the vibe. Whole crew alive. I'm the spark in the room when the bass go boom.
8:34 in the morning. Welcome back to the program. We're looking for, I think there we go. Superintendent Judy Wampat's going to call us. I gave her this time would be a perfect time if she wants. I don't have a thing up until 9 o'clock. So if she wants to call in, she's more than welcome. She again, we've been taking some hits, or she's been taking some hits week 3 into the start of the brand new school year. And this is going to be a difficult time for her to prove that she can actually pull this all together with everything from the campus down to school bus transportation is just the items that have infected what is usually the happiest time in the school system, and that's the first few weeks of school. She does join us on the line now, Dr. Judy Wampat. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm great, thank you.
Well, you took some hits last night, definitely from the Barrigada Mayor's office, but there was also a call by the mayor of Jigo calling for your resignation now. And obviously, Francis Lozama has a great interest in this because Simon Sanchez High School is in her jurisdiction. So what do you say about them calling for your head now?
Well, it's unfortunate, of course, and I was just thinking about this, is that when I was looking over here at Simon Sanchez and saying, I can understand she's concerned about her residents, and then here I'm looking at Simon Sanchez and the teachers and students that came. That's, their world too as well. But, of course, DOE is not just about one school or two schools. It's, about 39 schools. It's about, facilities and maintenance. It's about, busting our SPED kids and responding to the needs. It's the largest department, in the government. And although I may have about 3,000, employees, that's not necessarily, meaning that, only one person can address this. And it just always reminded me of, the adage where they're saying that it takes, a village, of course, to raise a single child. And this is not a problem only of DOE. It's the entire government's problem. And, and I'm hoping that, and for me, the way I see this, like I said, I think earlier, is that this is a bad situation, granted, but in every bad situation, there's many opportunities, to make it better. And it gets better when, we all, would say that it is all part of our responsibility, and how can I help? And that, what we're asking, we do our best, when we look at our leaders in the schools, and then they would look to their own teachers, their staff and students and, families as well. I got to start, I should be, trusting that in my leadership down to the level of where the principals are, that, they're giving us, accurate information and are guiding us. Just like these options, these were, not options that I said that you should do, but it was options that had been tried, options that they considered. And so I just asked them, as you consider these options, please address, the following issues on teacher vacancies, the one-to-one aids, busing, and the potential lawsuit that, is going to be happening because of us not providing, quote unquote, an adequate education for school children. So, although, yes, it's a bad thing in the sense, but it's also a good thing, because I'm a believer that, you turn poison into medicine, so you take a bad situation and you make it, better. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how well that's going to blow over, though. I think.
I don't know. Yeah. That's true, because you're right, and it will not. It's going to take time, but we're pulling everybody together. We're working, and putting out a lot of fires. That's all we've been doing, is putting out fires. 8 months on the job, and it's like the place is just burning everywhere. And we are, attacking them one step at a time. And it's not just, like I said, us, but for this particular case, with season, now, we have reached out to the contractors, to realize what their responsibilities are, and then for us to do, the same. And this is the very first time after so many years that the principal has said that they've been, putting in work orders, and it just hasn't been done. And it's because every time they would say that's not, our responsibility, then our people then will go in and try to do it, themselves, but we can't do it all. My maintenance people are just, we have a low number of them, not like CTI,
So where are we today? What's the update on season?
So today is that the floor tiles throughout buildings A and E are complete. The restrooms are at 95% complete. The water fountains is 100% complete. We just need to remove the old ones out of the campus. The throne, the male throne and the female throne, the air cons are completed. There are still ongoing floors and ceiling tiles, because what had happened was that when we got a nice day, they went out and started water blasting, and as a result of that, that's when the cracks were revealed and it damaged some ceiling tiles and floor tiles, and those are the ones now that, they are replacing. So that at least now we know, they know at least where the cracks are. The floor tiles at the Simon Sanchez side of the building for buildings A, B, C, and D also are complete. The one thing that is worrisome for me when I got the report last night was that materials and supplies are being outsourced. And, when you say that, I'm thinking, do our vendors, have these supplies and materials, for them to, complete the work? And one of the things we were first worried about was the toilets, because they're definitely not, retrofitted or replaced with the newer models. But turns out that, the ones they have are repaired, so we do have the parts for them. So, but I don't know what it is. I asked the question. I've yet to get an answer about, what type of materials they need. And sometimes it'd be good to check with them, because what if we have it in stock as well, that they can reimburse us, for that. And the ladies also, I heard from Mr. Kim, the contract manager, I suppose is his name, when we asked about the cost, he said that it currently is with Mr. Ho, who's reviewing it before we're given, the cost of the entire project here at Tegan.
So you still don't know what that cost is, right?
No, not yet.
Okay. But I know that you said last night in the meeting that, you made the decision and you had to make the hard decision of allowing the repairs to happen even without that estimate, but you're also holding them to, not overcharge or charge something that can't be afforded.
Yes, and I, we have these things called a gentleman's agreement, so to speak, but yet I know I have not had that personal conversation with Mr. Ho, but from Mr. Kim to my deputy, Dr. Udall, is that he was saying it would be, if we sign off, it would be a matter of days, and that, the price quotation is over at Mr. Ho's desk. So, we have to be able to trust and, believe, that what he's saying is that, yes, market value, but at the same time try to give us the lowest cost possible.
Well, that's what they do, right? We're always we're always afraid of the contractor for sure, that we've asked to do the job, and watching rising costs because of different things. Yes. In the scope of things, I think it might be a little bit premature to ask for your head right now. Everything that has happened, especially when Mayor Lozano's talking specifically about Simon Sanchez, there are lots of heads to roll on this one. Lots of heads, from the legislature into the administration as well as DOE. That there isn't any one single person, DPW as well, one single person that can take the entire blame for it. That there have been plenty of people that have come down the pike whose job it was to oversee the construction of Simon Sanchez. Roy Canacta is one of them, being a special assistant to the governor, and who was tasked being that special assistant with the work that he's supposed to be doing on Simon Sanchez construction. And I've not heard anything out of him necessarily since he was hired earlier this year or last year. You know what I mean? So there's not. It's not.
No,
like
you are correct. That it's like I said, in this particular case, it's the government's responsibility, meaning that the branches, with the exception of the judicial side, of it, but. Yes, when legislation is passed, and normally the rule would be is that you identify a funding source. When that gets to the governor, she's supposed to implement, and the person responsible for that will be the Department of Public Works. And they went through the process. Unfortunately, there was this protest, and most recently, we signed off with DPW to try to close this, end this protest, and start all over, because that's what everyone is saying. So it's still in the courts of the Department of Public Works. It's not us. We called, and I don't know, everything moves slowly in the government. I realize that, and that's the one thing I'm trying to change in this department is that, I don't want to go slowly with things. We need to move a little bit faster because there's so much to catch up with. But and I made the announcement, asked one by one the children's parents and teachers came up and saying rebuild, as Simon Sanchez, and it's at a different level. It's over at the legislature. It's over at DPW under the executive branch.
What's the answer then? Past Tizen, we also know that there are other issues that are going to happen, that are happening. There's a situation with the DPW kids that were walking up the hill to go to school. We have a situation with the food lunch. We've got Sodexo going to be here in a little while to explain that forwarded many times video of some, I thought, cannibalized lunch plate that just was circulated that looked like they were feeding children less than pig slop. So, I don't know if you can chalk it up to the kinks of the 3 weeks of the first year of school, or these are chronic problems that will continue to get worse as we, enter into this new school year. Where's the hope?
Well, it's a combination of things that we were told is that, a lot of the work that needed to be done has been deferred, for various reasons. And the former facilities manager said at one time he only had 20 to 30 people at a time. He has increased that number now, and that's the reason why we're starting to see that more work is being done. With the lapses, we've been using that, the money there with the 5,000 balance of the appropriation to facilities maintenance are able to go out and purchase a lot of the supplies so they'll be able to go out to the schools. So that in particular is a really big issue considering the number of schools we have, the number of workers, and the amount of money we have to provide, buy the supplies and materials. So that's a big issue, and it's all coming to the head, for us to know now just exactly what's going to happen. And in tomorrow's oversight is that I will give them a list of all the requests that are coming out and what specifically they are, so they'll know whether it's going to be a structural issue, is it carpentry, is it electrical, all those then will be known because I want to know, because if, they're going to appropriate monies for facilities and maintenance, then they'll have a better idea. So most definitely those are problems. The other guess that has kind of caused more involvement in the community is when you have individuals, anonymous people either calling in public health, and what the purpose is, I don't know, because many of the schools have been scheduled. Then there are others sending in photos that are not necessarily current, that just happened like the day before or last week, but sometimes even, months and even a year old. All those things. So we just have to stay on top of, our facilities. And yes, because this is our first time to open, the school year. So I expect that there will be, some problems. And we did our very best by setting up a checklist that was, designed basically by, facilities and maintenance of work that needs to be done by our school principals who know what needs to be done. And we have to trust them, in their judgment when they go out and do these things.
Senator Borja said yesterday that tomorrow's oversight hearing is designed to hear once and for all from DOE what it is that they need, because it'll be up to the legislature to provide as much money they can to meet the needs. I feel like that's a square one issue that that's resurfaced. I don't know how detailed that you are going to get during this oversight hearing, but he's sort of promising that it's not going to be a gotcha moment where everything that you say is going to be, some opportunity to criticize the leadership and the Department of Education. Are you prepared to give him what they're asking for, and that is give us what it is that you need, and then give us the figure, and we'll see whether or not we can accommodate that? Are you understanding that's what it's going to be like?
We actually have done that when we were in January when we had to prepare our budget. And I went back to the basics, being, having been down there before, knowing, what it is when we get budgets that seem to be padded. I wanted to make sure that the budget I was submitting was exactly what is mandated, for us to do. So we have $1.05 for every single item of the 14 points. We have dollar amounts also for another contract, which is the collective bargaining unit. But that's what we did. And then based on the work request, whether if it's carpentry, then we looked at that then to put money aside for carpentry. And then we also look at, the workers that we have, whether, that's the person or, the position that we need to recruit for. So, yes, we have all that information.
So good. That'll make it easier for the hearing tomorrow, because he really doesn't want it to turn into a finger-pointing situation and then nothing gets done. So I'm glad you'll be prepared. We'll be watching out for it. So what is your target date for Teason? You made a lot of progress in the last couple of days.
Yes, that's true. I mean, I always like to set some dates, and by doing so is giving notice to everybody too that that's what we want to do. And just last night I communicated with the deputy about, the inspectors coming back, because as soon as we can finish it, how soon can you send your inspectors up here? Because even those completed the work, but if the inspectors don't come to inspect, then, that means a further delay. So I've given them, advance notice to let them know what, the contractor is projecting, and then what, it'll give them time to determine when their inspectors are available or make themselves available to come and inspect.
So are we still looking at Monday?
I still like to do that, of course. I told my deputy, you go back to Mr. Kim and remind him of the promise, of sending all the workers there to, turn this thing over, quicker rather than later.
Okay. We'll catch up with you as we progress. That's kind of the daily mantra here. Thank you so much, Dr. Wampat, for your time. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, take good care. This is somebody who's really hanging on to the possibility that all will be okay. They have chronic issues at the Department of Education, and she's standing up with it. So, off with her head kind of, idea that if we fire her, let's say they do. Let's say that the board says, you know what, you really weren't the person we thought you were going to be. We're going to go ahead and fire you. Who would they get next that hasn't been in this system before, doesn't already still know how the department works, what the problems are, and has some sort of other special force to be able to solve it? I don't know. And if there is that person, great, let's find who they are. But in the meantime, is it fair to call for her head at the moment? Is this the way to get the problem solved at the Department of Education, to go through a search for a superintendent, and in the meantime, people who are currently in place at the Department of Education will take matters into their own hands and work toward what the board feels is necessary to have better days? That's okay. So all the people calling for resignations probably wouldn't step up to do the job themselves. Well, there's that. There's some of us can't do the job of what we're calling others to do. We just figure that if you remove them, that all the problems will go away. Again, you don't get to this problem with DOE by saying that it just started this year or it just started under Judy Wampat. But again, if the board already has somebody in mind that they think is going to turn this thing around and make it happen, well, then where is that person? And did they run for the superintendent's position? Were they part of that application process? That was sort of the supply of people that the board had to choose from. If they feel like they have to fire Judy, then they've got to take any one of the candidates that they rejected in favor of Judy, or are we looking for fresh blood? And I got to say, while we're stuck in it, there's momentum to fix things because it's all front and center and everybody's got something to say about it. Or do we stop it where we are, everything stays status quo, nothing will actually necessarily get fixed, or there's no forward momentum because there isn't a leader in charge? And do you do that 3 weeks into
the time that she had to prove herself that opening a school is happening, right? And that's why I asked Senator Borja yesterday, despite all of the things that are happening, what about the other 95% of the schools that are not complaining about anything? What about those schools like Price Elementary, he said, 100%, they got an A. What are they doing in that community that we're not doing in other schools? And how is it that in other schools they might be dealing with these problems that they have with the facilities, but is learning still happening is the question. Unless these kids are, at Simon Sanchez, you can obviously, and at Teason campus, taking showers and using the restroom with the double the amount of kids that are supposed to be being educated at that campus. In other schools, we're seeing that the numbers are down. That overcrowding isn't showing in other campuses. Are they still learning in those campuses? And do they even know? Not all the schools have a bad lunch, right? Not everybody was complaining about that. It was only those kids from Agata Middle School, Agata Johnson, that had to walk uphill. All of that says something about how the Department of Education, and maybe I'm not also just giving Judy Wampat all of the credit, because I don't believe that she gets all the credit either. That everybody, teachers mostly, worked, while they still weren't doing school inspections, these teachers were setting up, bebopping along as if everything was right with the world, because they, by damn, were going to open that school on the day that school was supposed to start. That was going to happen, period. And so, I want to hear about how the other 95%, if that's the number, the majority of the other schools, how are they operating? And is your kid coming home completely oblivious to these problems that have affected the schools, in specifically Teason and to Simon Sanchez? Do the kids even know what's been stopping the forward motion on building a Simon Sanchez High School? Listen, as promised, Sodexo is here to let you know. Dice has been perusing the lunch and breakfast menus since school started, and we've been impressed with the types of food that's out there. And we are definitely going to be looking forward to, I'm pretty sure, like Dice, to your point, they're not going to bring us anything that's not spectacular.
Okay.
Let's say that. And because somebody asked if we were going to do a review.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it. And I mean, I'm not, we'll see what happens. But I think they're going to bring us the best of what they can. And to the point of one listener, they manage 1,500 schools across the country. And they're actually really good at what they do. And for them to have to come in to prove their point is respected, and we'll see exactly what the story is. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take a break for your AP News, and then come on back with Sodexo. We're Mornings with Patti, KGUM-FM, and Dedido Guam.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says to accept a trade deal with the U.S., the Canadian auto industry would be weakened. No deal has been reached. The U.S. is imposing new tariffs on Canada, and Canada is doing the same. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says, be ready for the escalation.
Canada did not start this fight, but we're prepared to win it. Team Canada needs to stand united. Stand up to this attack on our economy, use our leverage to protect our workers, and make clear to President Trump that Canada is not for sale.
Vice President J.D. Vance says Canada would not bend.
What we've said to Canada is stop it. Apply a basic principle of fairness to the trade that you're doing between North Dakota and Canada, between Maine and Canada. And what happened at the very end is they came in with a bunch of unreasonable last-minute demands. I frankly thought we had a deal. I think that we should have a deal.
Ford warned Canada could cut off electricity and critical minerals to the U.S. British Prime Minister Andy Burnham says the UK will help Ukraine produce long-range missiles.
Vladimir has now asked that we share our Storm Shadow technology so that Ukraine can build these capabilities themselves. I am pleased to confirm today that I have approved that request and that British and French industry, and we thank President Macron and his colleagues too, that we will now work with Ukraine to take this capability forward.
Burnham is in Kyiv for Ukraine's Independence Day. Around Reno, Nevada, wildfires are getting closer to neighborhoods. Teresa Lynchen is out of her home.
Oh my gosh, I'm still scared to death. It's like,
you don't know if the winds are going to shift and it's going to get worse, so you're just I got all my stuff in my car and in his car, so we're just like ready to go.
This is AP News. You can get a bachelor's degree in just 3 years.
Giles Sims was sick of getting passed over for jobs because he did not have a college degree and was often told,
on your skills assessment, you guys scored the same, so we went with the one that had the degree.
Even when he went for more entry-level jobs, he found those jobs are largely being handled by AI.
The jobs that I'm qualified for just aren't there.
Even when he found a job, he kept getting cut and mass layoffs.
Over and over and over again.
With a wife and a widowed mother to support, he needed a quick solution. So the laid-off web developer turned to one of a growing number of 3-year degree programs now being offered around the country. The new U.S. programs let students finish faster by completing as few as 90 credit hours instead of the typical 120 hours for a 4-year bachelor's degree. Critics say the degrees cut corners. Giles says that the programs seem more tailored for a fast-changing job market. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. President Trump's escalating the trade war with Canada, telling its leaders to fall in line or face far worse, threatening additional 50% tariffs on Canadian vehicles, auto parts, and steel. Ed Donahue has more.
Each side is blaming the other for the collapse of negotiations. It led to new U.S. tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods. Canada retaliated.
They were offered quite a good deal last week. They chose to reject it.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform.
He seems to have gone back to his old playbook.
Carney says there wasn't enough there to make a deal.
We did make some progress in recent weeks. In the end, that momentum reversed, and we could not accept what the U.S. had offered.
Carney says the U.S. wants to dismantle the Canadian auto industry. Ontario Premier Doug Ford tells the AP former President Ronald Reagan would be throwing up if he knew what was going on, spinning around in his grave right now. Ed Donahue, Washington.
Stocks drifted to a mixed finish on Wall Street. The Dow rose 140 points, or about 0.3%. But the S&P slipped 0.3, and the Nasdaq 0.8. Yields eased in the bond market after oil prices dropped, Brent crude settling below $91 per barrel. AAA puts the national average for regular-grade gasoline around $4.10 per gallon. The Trump administration is preparing to revoke the visas of up to 200,000 foreigners who've applied or are currently seeking asylum status in the U.S. That's according to 2 U.S. officials and State Department documents obtained by the AP. And in Worcester, Massachusetts, police say a body found near a hospital is that of Karen Solomon, wanted in the death of her police officer husband. She was an advocate for awareness of police mental health problems. Kurt Solomon was found dead at their home last week. This is AP News. A death in the entertainment world.
Singer-actor Shelley Fabares, who was on the Donna Reed Show One Day at a Time and Coach, has died at 82. Her family announcing her passing Saturday in Los Angeles without specifying a cause. In 2002, she told the AP a liver transplant 2 years earlier saved her life.
I was in the process of dying. I definitely was, and I had been waiting for a liver for 1 year and 10 months.
Fabares began acting as a child, eventually starring in 3 films with Elvis Presley, Clambake, Spin Out, and Girl Happy.
I've got news for you.
She told the AP he had a hard time with the kissing.
Elvis was very shy, and if anything, those scenes were harder on him.
Her family is praising her kindness and spirit, noting her advocacy for Alzheimer's awareness, which affected her mother. I'm Julie Walker.
There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening. AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. President Trump's escalating the trade war with Canada. Julie Walker has the latest.
In a post Monday, threatening a 50% tariff on cars, auto parts, and steel starting next year, on top of the 50% he began imposing on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods Saturday, including alcohol, furniture, and building supplies. U.S. Trade Rep Jameson Greer.
This is something where we don't actually expect a huge impact.
In response, Canada vowing to retaliate with its own 50% tariffs on U.S. goods, including steel, dairy, and clothing, starting September 8th. Prime Minister Mark Carney.
The goal of our trade negotiations with the United States has always been to get the best deal for Canadians never a deal at any price or on any time frame.
Vice President J.D. Vance dumping in Maine next to Canada.
Canada allows itself to be used as a backdoor for Chinese goods.
In a tit-for-tat, Ontario Premier Doug Ford telling the AP Canada should be ready to cut electricity and critical minerals to the U.S. if the trade fight worsens. I'm Julie Walker.
The United States Treasury has begun Operation Economic Outcast.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announcing new sanctions targeting Iran.
The actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime.
Iran's vowing a harsh response, including against its neighbors in the Persian Gulf. In Nevada, more than 90,000 residents around Reno are being urged to leave after a wildfire exploded in size over the weekend. There's concern that shifting winds could push the flames into densely packed neighborhoods on the edge of the city. Meanwhile, California Governor Gavin Newsom's asking state lawmakers to shield utilities from financial trouble if their equipment sparks a wildfire. This is AP News. Damian Troisi has today's AP Markets report.
Stocks drifted to a mixed close on Wall Street. The S&P 500 index fell 0.3%. The Dow rose 0.3%. The Nasdaq Composite fell 0.8%. Technology stocks were the biggest weights on the market. Nvidia, which reports its latest quarterly results later this week, fell. Longer-term bond yields eased in the Treasury market. Oil prices fell. The listless trading on Monday kicked off a week packed with potentially market-moving events. The U.S. will release a closely watched report on inflation on Wednesday. The Fed's new chairman, Kevin Warsh, is set to deliver a speech on Friday. Damian Troisi, New York.
As for oil prices, the International Standard Brent crude settled below $91 per barrel. AAA puts the national average for regular-grade gasoline around $4.10 per gallon. There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. President Trump's 50% tariffs on scores of Canadian imports kicked in Saturday. Ontario Premier Doug Ford tells the AP Ronald Reagan would be throwing up over the president's trade policies and threatened to cut off electricity and critical minerals to the U.S. if this trade fight worsens. Ford says Reagan, whose portrait sits near President Trump's desk, would be disgusted by the current president. Jameson Greer is U.S. Trade Representative.
For the U.S. small business, for the U.S. manufacturer, for the U.S. worker, this is a way for us actually to try to get wine and spirits back on the shelves in Canada. It's a way to make sure that our small dairy farmers who have had very limited access into Canada for a long time. So we're actually worried about our small businesses to make sure they get the kind of access they need.
President Trump is threatening 50% tariffs on Canadian automobiles, car parts, and steel starting January 1st as the trade rift with Canada deepens. U.S. forces struck another vessel in the Eastern Pacific,
killing 2 people the Department of Defense accuses of trafficking drugs. U.S. Southern Command says the strike hit a low-profile vessel operating along established narco-trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific. This latest attack brings the death toll in the nearly year-long U.S. campaign of bombing boats in Latin American waters to more than 210 people in more than 60 strikes. As with most of the military statements on strikes in the Eastern Pacific Ocean and Caribbean Sea, the Pentagon did not provide evidence that the vessel was ferrying drugs. President Trump has said the U.S. is in armed conflict with cartels in Latin America, but critics have questioned both the legality and effectiveness of the boat strikes. Marcela Sanchez, Washington.
British Prime Minister Andy Burnham announced the UK will help Ukraine make its own long-range missiles. The U.S. is reopening a border crossing in Arizona to cattle from Mexico to try to reduce near-record high beef prices. This is AP News.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep the day moving right here on Mornings with Patti.
I'm the spark in the room when the bass go boom. It is 11 minutes after 9 o'clock in the morning. Welcome back to the program. It is the 25th of August and Thursday morning. And we looked up on the calendar, the Sodexo meal service calendar. I don't know if that's what you guys call it.
Yeah.
And Dice has already consumed breakfast.
I'm trying. I'm trying. We're getting through it. Good morning, guys. Thanks for breakfast, by the way. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and these are some of your favorite, because you just said you love bananas.
I got bananas.
And then you love milk, I know this.
Yeah, look, man, hey, we got this.
And
Here
then
we go.
did you get a juice
and
box?
Then I got juice box. Okay.
What kind of juice
I got
is
apple
this?
juice.
Apple juice, okay.
Apple juice with the straw.
Oh, okay, that's it. And then you got the what's in the breakfast sandwich, by the way?
It's
this is Renee Cerruta. She is with the Sodexo. We got Ed Cruz. He's also you're with the DOE component of this, and Christina Rodriguez Tyra is from Sodexo as well. Hey guys, girls, it's nice to see you. So Renee, go ahead. What was in the breakfast sandwich?
Today is
we got a mic thing. Okay, go ahead.
You got it?
No, not yet.
Today is a croissant with ham and cheese.
With ham and cheese, croissant with. Oh, you did say that you were impressed by the croissant thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is this mic good? Okay, we're good. I want to address something. The whole reason why you guys are here is sort of to defend this forwarded many times video of a school lunch. I said it was cannibalized, but I was saying that nobody serves something like that as a representative meal for the masses. So Renee, let's get the story of that video.
Okay, so the story is we have lots of kids who need special accommodations for a variety of reasons. There are a few who need a blended meal. And they choose to do a blended meal instead of like a meal replacement shake, which we also offer. And they choose a blended meal instead. So that picture was of a blended cheeseburger and potato wedges. Where I do think we had some opportunity was in the presentation. It was in one of these 3-compartment trays. It looks like maybe it was mishandled and kind of slopped around. So that certainly was on us.
Yeah.
But what was actually in the box was a blended cheeseburger and potato wedges, which, it's pretty hard to make that look good.
No, absolutely. But the student chooses this.
The student chooses it, or their parent on their behalf, based on their unique needs.
So how was it billed as a this is what we got for lunch?
Yeah. When it went on the air, he said, this is what was served for lunch today, which was 100% not accurate.
Okay. All right. So blended meals is an accommodation that DOE, as well as, tell me about this one. Do you know these students and their actual, not only special needs in education, but special needs in nutrition?
Yeah, so the department actually sends out.
Let me get right into that. Hold on a second. Okay, get right up in that.
So the department actually sends out every year to the parents of the children with who have special meal accommodations, such as allergies, or in this case, if they needed a parade meal, or if it needs to be chopped, depending on what their doctor puts on that form, is what we would,
that's what you would accommodate.
Accommodate, yeah.
Yeah. But that's not a majority of kids
No,
that
it's
have
very
blended
few.
meals. Very
It's
few.
very few.
Okay. So let's take away from that. In the meantime, now we've got parents who are looking at this going, my kid could not have eaten that, which is the true that their kid didn't eat that. The majority of the children didn't eat that. Are there other things that you hear from these kids that have to not force you, but compel you sometimes to make changes? Especially when it comes to taste. That's hard to appease them all.
Absolutely. I think our goal is always continuous improvement, right? We want the food to be appealing to the kids. We want the kids to eat. We are always trying new products, trying to get them out to the kids to sample them. Certainly, portions tends to be an issue where maybe kids feel like they go home hungry. Most often we see that they're choosing not to take everything, meaning at lunch we offer 5 things. We offer a grain, a protein, a fruit, a vegetable, and a milk. And you think of milk, but the milk has 8 grams of protein. That's really enough to help them stay full longer. So if the student chooses to not take that, they may not feel satisfied.
But a lot of these options are, when I was growing
When I was growing
When
up.
I was growing up, and I don't know about you, but when I was growing up, you take what you were given, and that is there was
100%.
zero considerations for your appetite or what you liked or didn't like.
Yep.
There was not even a form that said I have an allergy. So it was just you ate what you got, and the food was actually pretty good.
You get what you get, and you don't have a fit.
This is true. This is true. But I also went to an elementary and middle school that was run by Mexican mothers who fed us Mexican. Rodriguez over here, Mexican cuisine. So our lunches were fantastic.
Yeah, when we were growing up, that was a different era.
Yeah.
No offense, I'm a person of a certain age.
Yeah.
And the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act,
Yeah.
HHFKA, something I think Michelle Obama put in place. That added a lot of nutritional guidelines to the school meals, which frankly needed to happen. So instead of, grandma being in there and cooking her lard and corn tortillas from scratch and all those delicious things, we have guidelines now that, we utilize whole grains, reduce fat, we monitor the sodium, we monitor the sugar, all of the things to try to give the kids the healthiest meal of the day at school.
Yeah, and again, the point is that you're not always going to appease every single child's appetite. What I haven't learned to see as Dice every day reads me what they're having in school today, what I see is that you've also appealed to their comfort foods, like
100%,
like a hamburger can be filled with protein and vegetables, right? So talk to me about the other video of a kid who posted, "This is all I got" burger.
So that one we had posted. If you don't follow us on Instagram, please do at Sodexo Schools Guam. We had posted our meal that day, which we try to do every day, and it was a cheeseburger, potato wedges, mandarin oranges, and then milk. And we posted a picture of that. We tend to post all three choices of milk, which is strawberry, chocolate, or white. And then the child posted, "Oh, this is what I really got." And it was a burger and orange, the orange slices. Well, if that's truly what the child only received, that's because they chose to not take the potato wedges. Who leaves behind potatoes? But
Okay.
and they chose to not take the milk.
Okay.
So
you're giving these kids options is what you're doing.
Yes.
But how can you fulfill their nutritional needs if they say I'm not taking anything but the potato wedges and the milk?
So the rules are, and there are definite rules, they have to take a fruit or a vegetable, and then 2 other components. So technically, they could say, I'm going to take just the potato wedges and the oranges and the milk. Technically, that counts. We all know that wouldn't keep any of us full.
Right.
So we really encourage them to take the full meal.
Yeah. So just to go off real quick off of this one, so what that is the department, we implement what we call OVS, which is offer versus serve. In order for all those meals to be reimbursable, Sodexo would have to have all 5 components on the serving line. And then as the kids come through the serving line, they will offer them, do you want a fruit or vegetable? The child would pick either one, one of them, or both. And then do you want your entree or, pick a milk, do you want a milk? And so that's that's the misconception is
that you have to serve the kid no matter what it is that they ask.
Correct. But at the same time, that OVS is to help with food waste.
Yeah.
Of course, if we give the kid all 5 components, we all know they're not going to eat the vegetable a lot of times. So that vegetable is going to go into the trash, into the pig slop and whatnot. And we're spending money on stuff that we know the kids are not going to eat. So therefore, we do OVS so that it gives the options to the students to pick what they want. So as long as they have 3 components out of the 5, and one of those components is at minimal half a cup of fruit or vegetable or a combination of both.
Okay. And so giving the kids the option, no matter how old they are, right? Giving the kids the option, then you're expecting that they're actually going to eat the food. So you're saying that the food waste decreases with their choices.
Yeah.
But that is a whole nother way than when we were growing up. It's like you ate everything on your...
Yeah.
But the food waste was also pretty high. The pig slop waste was high. So if they don't drink their milk or they don't drink anything that has not been opened and exposed, I understand that there's also a table where you can put those back.
So some schools right now we're still trying to get 100% with what we call a share table. So the share table is a refrigeration unit that's at the end of the serving line, to where if the student comes in and they get their milk or their fruit or their juice or any unopened packages of food, they have the option to put it in there. So that way another student could come if they're still hungry or still thirsty and can get that fruit, milk or juice at no cost. And,
Or even the school nurses sometimes will come and take things from the share table.
Oh, okay.
For kids who need a snack in
who
the middle
feel
of the day.
who feel like they need something. This is to the point that one fan of Sodexo wrote. That's 1,500 schools that are operated around the country. The cuisine changes with the cultures that you're dealing with that are predominantly right and so we have a lot of cultures here. The local cultures that have an influence over what kids eat. How much of that plays into the food choices?
Well, I think, the struggle is always we want to have a local influence, but we also want to appeal to the kids' appetite. So sometimes the parents are saying, oh no, we need to have Tanak and we need to have Kadu and all these Chamorro specialties, but the kids are like, I really want chicken nuggets or I really want a cheeseburger. So it's trying to find that balance to please as many people as we can. We know we're never going to make everybody happy. So on Thursdays, we tend to feature a local item or a locally influenced item. We do
Thursday was our beef bulgogi.
Thursday this week was beef bulgogi or chicken estofado.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And we do red rice and we do yakisoba and we try to bring in some of the influences that are culturally relevant in Guam.
Who cooks these foods?
We have several schools that we are able to cook in, and we have hired cooks and train them, and they cook them.
Oh, wow.
And then we package them and deliver them to those schools that we cannot cook in.
Yeah. So how many schools can you not cook in?
25, I think. Or
out of how many schools?
37.
Yeah, okay. So the majority of the schools don't have a working cafeteria, or if they do, a working kitchen. And the administrator, Sean, who is the administrator for food service at DOE, says this morning, if we were able to buy new equipment, new stoves, or even get the ones that we have to work, we can 100% improve the quality of the food.
It's just, I think people don't realize how incredibly cost prohibitive it is for us to get a kitchen up and running. I think the hood system alone is maybe like $100,000.
You're talking about exhaust
systems?
systems?
The exhaust system. So you take that $100,000 by the 20 plus kitchens, it would be millions and millions of dollars. What we do know, right? We all buy food and we all take it home and eat it, and we know that it's so much better if you just eat it at the restaurant.
Oh, sure.
Then you get it in the car and you pack it and you drive it and you take it home and you wait, right?
Yeah.
It's so much better. So we do know the quality's improved when we can cook on site.
So in the other locations, the other 1,499 locations, are you operating out of kitchens, or Sodexo is catering as well as they do here?
Every district is a little bit different. I used to work on the West Coast in Montana and Oregon and Washington, and I had a mix. I had districts where they could cook in every kitchen. I had districts just like this, where they had what they called base kitchens and then delivered out to other schools.
Yeah.
So same. It really varies depending on the school district. Honestly, depending on, how their funds are.
Yeah.
Districts that are well funded tend to have nice kitchens.
Do you tend to have more complaints at the beginning of the year?
Yes.
If your diet has been, Cheetos and, Coke
King
Zero,
Car.
King Car in front of the television during the summer, you're coming to school and now you have to eat broccoli.
Exactly. Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a learning curve for the students and
There is.
acclimating to the new thing.
There is a little bit of getting used to it again, that they have to get used to it. And, honestly, I think most of our meals the kids really like. Today's lunch is actually the most popular lunch, just happened to be today, which is our nachos.
Who doesn't like nachos?
Who doesn't like nachos? They're whole.
It's chips, man, and cheese.
They happen to be whole grain tortilla chips. I don't think they taste like it, with cheese sauce. And then if you're in the secondary schools, you choose beef or chicken. We do have to serve beans once a week, so they come with black beans. Kids
That's your whole lunch and black beans.
And
is this black beans here?
No, they forgot the black
Oh,
beans.
that's okay. This is beef.
That's beef.
And then that's the cheese. Here's the thing. Okay.
And then fruit. They would get fruit with that as well.
It sounds good to me. They were eating.
We
You
all
can
like
eat that
it,
in the
I gotta
movie
say.
theater. You can eat that at school.
Yeah.
So some of this, I remember when Michelle Obama first started this initiative, and there was a pilot. I think it was Uguru High School was a pilot salad bar.
Yes.
I don't know how that was able to take off after that. What did it end? Start and end there?
No. So what happened was COVID kind of like stopped that for a while.
Sure, yeah.
And so now that we're not, of course, way out of COVID, we're actually looking to go back to that with Okudu. I know with Sodexo, I think it was last year, where they started doing the
composed salad.
Yeah, the composed salad, to where the composed salad at the Sodexo high schools, that was a complete meal.
Yeah, I mean, I
So-
think we try different things like
Yeah.
salads, and we try different things all the time, and then we watch, and
Yeah.
if nobody takes it, it drops off the menu.
Okay.
Every month we look at the menu.
It's by
we see
popular demand.
100%.
Yeah.
We look at our best sellers or best movers.
What
and our
are your best
lowest.
movers?
Nachos.
Okay.
Chicken
Alfredo.
Chicken Alfredo. There you are with the chicken Alfredo. She was saying pasta, and I said,
Okay.
what? Yeah,
Pasta's
chicken
a good
Alfredo.
one.
Yeah,
All right.
Popcorn
All right.
chicken
The
with
popcorn
mashed,
chicken.
mashed potato bowl.
Yeah, that's
Mashed
Friday.
potato bowl.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Okay.
kind of mimics the KFC mashed potato bowl.
Yeah.
Chicken, popcorn chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, corn.
What's wrong with that? Well, she was
drumstick.
telling me something there was a, what did you call it?
What was
Am I
it?
screwing up your TikTok right now?
No, it's okay. It was, I know, right? It was teriyaki fingers.
No, dippers.
Dippers.
Those are little beef dippers.
Okay, we don't
Like
know
fish
what that
sticks?
means.
We were
Yeah,
getting
she was
fish
thinking
stick-
fish sticks. I'm
fish
like,
sticks.
ew,
No,
no.
it's beef.
No.
Oh, it's beef.
Yeah, but is it? What
But
does
it's
a dipper
fish stick
mean?
vibes.
It's like, I don't know why they're called
A
beef
bite?
dippers.
It's like a bite.
It kind of looks like a mini McRib patty a little bit.
Yeah, but cut, like,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like fish stick shape, I guess.
Oh,
I was right.
But it's beef.
But it's beef.
But where do you dip it into?
Like
It's not-
It's in a teriyaki
Yeah, it's
sauce.
teriyaki.
Okay, I thought there was
It's
like a.
already been dipped.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're called beef dippers. I don't think we should. I try to call things on the menu something that's familiar, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
When we call those beef dippers, I'm sure people like you, the mom's like, what is that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it sounds terrific. Do you guys do military schools?
We don't. GFS on island actually does the military schools.
Oh, that's right. Hello. Okay, they have a whole nother thing going.
They have
but,
a whole
but
different
GFS.
program. They have big, beautiful kitchens. That is a different animal.
They got the funding.
Yeah, they have all of the funding
They
for that.
have all the
They don't
funding,
have.
yes.
Well, they only have a couple of schools, so
Three, I
it's
think,
yes.
now,
They only have a
maybe
few
four.
schools, so it's
Yeah.
not like they couldn't actually put cafeterias in these schools. Did at one time DOE have cafeterias in all of the schools, or was that too high of a price when they were building them?
So there are cafeterias. It's the kitchens that are missing.
I'm sorry, kitchens.
Yeah. So there are the cafeterias, and
Yeah, so at one point in the past, yes, all the schools had 100% in-source GDOE operated cafeterias.
how long ago did all the kitchens work though? Before we were born.
That's another. Yeah, that's another issue. That was another issue.
Some of that equipment is old.
So there,
Yeah.
So there was I want to say a study that was done many years ago, and it pointed out that it was more cost efficient to contract out, but
Than to build a kitchen, than to build or maintain a kitchen.
Yes, and then you mean at the end of the day, honestly, we still have one in-source school right now, which is Okudu High School. So that's still a GDOE operated. And just going back on the equipment, like Mr. Maforti said, it is true that even with just the prep sites itself, if we can get the funding to get the new equipment in there, because a lot of this equipment is very, what's the word, antiquated.
Yeah, I mean, every morning we have
some
many
of them
messages
are
about
almost older than
us.
Me. Got it.
yeah, So, and there's a lot of just a lot of, how you say, we just get the vendor to come in there, do a patch fix or whatnot, just get it up.
But
and
what you need is you need it. Yeah,
We need
the
the-
volume of preparing meals is
Yes.
large that
Yes.
these kitchens
Correct.
become outdated and they're
And that
yeah.
I'm going to just throw a number out there that might shock people, but we together serve over 13,000 lunches a day to these
Yeah.
kids. So the volume of food that we're
Yes.
preparing is enormous.
Yeah, and just put that in perspective, it's over 3.4 million meals a year.
And the majority of these foods are prepared in what kitchen? Sodexo has an entire kitchen, or
No. We have what we call prep sites. So up north, we cook in Weddingale, Estumbo Elementary, and DL Paris. So there's they're sprinkled throughout the island. We cook at Southern High, in Arahan Middle School. JFK, George
okay.
Washington. So
You cook
variety.
there, and then you just, and then you.
And then we have vans, and
Oh
we
my
have equipment
gosh.
to keep the food warm that we transport it in. We operate with very stringent food safety guidelines, so we're temping the food and making sure it's food safe when it leaves, making sure it's food safe when it arrives.
You have to follow all of the guidelines
100%.
for a temperature control, right?
Yeah, we want to do everything we need to do to protect the kids. And
Yeah,
keep
that
them
strawberry
safe.
milk is ice cold, so it survives the transport. That's pretty
Yes.
neat.
This is delicious.
Is
by the
it?
way.
I'm
Yes.
scared of milk.
Are
I
you?
never drank the milk when I was growing up.
So I just want to just put a shout out. Our milk is shelf stable. It comes to us room temperature. It can go in and out of the refrigerator and stay perfectly fine. It's an amazing product.
Do you ever have some? Well, talk to me about the costs of this now.
So
Tariffs have brought a lot of foods to higher prices.
This
and-
is why I think it's more cost effective for a district to contract because Sodexo does serve 1,500 school districts. We can make contracts with vendors that brings the pricing way down. So if we say, okay, Gosner, we will buy all of our milk from you only for all 1,500 school districts if you give us the best price you can possibly give us. So we'll get things maybe. I know we've had to help them and use some of their milk, and our cost on milk is about half of what theirs is.
Well, how are you serving milk? Why are you serving milk?
In
DOE.
Okadu High School.
In Okadu. I'm sorry. So the only in the schools that actually have a kitchen for that particular school. The other schools that you're talking about are kitchens where you're prepping. But who's that? Wait, prepping means what?
Means we're cooking the food there, we're
Okay.
panning the food there, and then we're packing it up and driving
Prepping
it.
for delivery.
Correct.
Okay. Yours is that's
Okadu,
the
yeah.
source of their nutrition that day.
Yes.
Right. And that's just going to the cafeteria and going through the line. Okay.
I
All
mean,
right.
for Oakwood High School to be similar to if it was like we could actually use Oakwood High School as a prep site, but for right now, since that's the only G that we operated in source, that's what we call it a standalone. So they cook for themselves.
Yeah. Okay.
Versus the rest of them like Sodexo, they have their prep sites and they satellite.
Yeah,
out
like
to,
Weddingale cooks for 4 schools, I
Yeah.
think.
Oh, okay. So with the prices have increased, we all notice it. Of
Yeah.
course, when you're buying in bulk, that is always a better deal for
Correct.
Sodexo, right? You find these vendors. The shipping costs still are factors.
Oh my gosh, they
into-
have gone up. Shipping has gone up. I think a container for me went up $500 each. We spend a lot on shipping. Unfortunately, anybody would have to spend a lot on shipping, right? That's
Right.
just the reality of Guam.
So, but these lunches, these breakfasts and lunches are free.
They are
entirely free
to the students,
To the
100%.
students. So
they're at no cost to the students.
But you still have to recover.
We still have to
because you're still paying out, but you have
So-
to recover
and-
for reimbursement.
The reimbursement comes from the federal government.
Right,
Yes.
So
right.
that's why we are very strict on what the kids have to take because
Right. Correct.
that becomes
The guideline
the
is
guideline says
is how you're going to get your money back.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah. So the prices have risen. I'm assuming over the past year
Yeah,
of
the
all of
reimbursements
these
have
items.
gone up, too.
And the reimbursement. How fast are you getting the reimbursements?
So as far as when we do our reconciling and our drawdowns and whatnot with our financial department, they come in pretty regularly.
Oh, okay.
Knock on wood, there hasn't been any
Yeah.
delays.
Okay. Yeah. You never know.
But they've been coming in regularly. Like I said, as long as we can reconcile the reimbursement mills, because like I said, our goal is to also provide the reimbursable mills, and every mill is paid for by the local government. And like I said, we would have to front that cost first before we get the reimbursement.
So you need to know what your volume of waste is. You need to know.
Correct.
So are you reimbursed per meal?
Per meal.
Not necessarily
Per meal
served,
served.
but served. Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you know? Consumption and service are two different things.
Yes. So
Right.
what we do, we have each school has a designated meal clerk. So they actually will be at the end of the line identifying the reimbursable meals and then jotting them down who ate and
Oh,
whatnot.
okay.
And then at the end of
They're
the
not
day,
fishing through the trash can, are
No,
they?
no,
Okay.
no.
It's like
And so-
somebody didn't eat a banana today.
Yeah,
okay.
no. So at the end of each meal service, the DOE meal clerk and Sodexo staff, they'll get together and they'll say, okay, this is my number. Okay, that's correct. That's the same
Dude,
number. I
every
got.
day you got to do that?
Every meal. So
Every
breakfast
meal
and
you
lunch.
have to do.
Yes.
That's
that's
just
how
a
the
lot
school-
of work. Christina,
Yeah.
what do you do for them?
I'm just their social media manager.
You are not.
No, really, what do you do?
I I was a food service manager, but I just got promoted to HR, so now I'm the new HR
Oh,
manager.
okay.
Well,
Woohoo, Christina.
She manages all the hiring, the
Oh, okay.
training, the onboarding, all of the things that come with, we hire 170 Guam people here, and that's a lot. It's a lot.
Isn't Renee amazing? She's the best Sodexo PM we've had out here since the school lunch program started with Sodexo.
Oh,
you have a fan out there.
I can vouch for
You
that.
can vouch for that. Well, that's
To be
great.
completely honest, since Renee has been here, she's been very accommodating and, sitting there after meeting, hey, can we try this out? And she okay, let's
So
try it out.
I came from 27 years at Starbucks. That was the bulk of my career.
Really?
Yeah, and my what I brought from Starbucks is this whole just say yes philosophy.
Yeah.
Just say yes. When they were like, "Can you do this?" We're like, "Sure, we're going to try it. Might not work,
Yeah.
but we'll try it."
Yeah.
So I think really instilling how important customer service is, not only from us to GDOE, but from us to the kids, from us to the administrators in the schools, to the parents. We really, really want to take care of them. I know we can't make everybody happy, but we try.
Well, trying is the big thing, but taking hits this early into the school year
Yes.
and the bad press. That's why I wanted to figure out
Thank
how
you.
to turn it around, because these are meals these kids are going to rely on.
Mm-hmm.
There is a point, and I think we all know that there are kids who only eat these 2 meals
Correct.
a day. And their situations, unfortunately, don't allow them to have the resources to get these 3 squares,
Yes.
if they get 3 squares at all. And the weekends become tough to determine whether or not these babies are actually getting any nutrition in the home. So are they more likely to consume everything? Somebody told me one time that they try to bring home food for their younger siblings who are not yet in school, and that's heartbreaking.
That is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just a little story. I used to be a cook assistant, and I worked at a student elementary. And we had some students who will come in, and you can tell already.
That they're hungry, or that they don't have any food available.
They come from a hard.
Oh, okay, yeah. Low income home.
Yeah, and so you could just see it. And at that time, we didn't have share tables. We couldn't serve seconds and whatnot. And it just like I said, it's heartbreaking to see them come through and they're eating all their food. And when you go and check on, when we clean the tables, and you can see their tray, that they
Wipe out everything.
wipe it out.
Good eaters.
Honestly,
yeah.
that's why I always like to tell the milk. Like, this can go in and out of the refrigerator.
Yes.
If you find one of these in your child's backpack, throw it in the fridge.
Yeah,
It's good.
You can have it for later.
It's still good. So.
Can they also take from the table that has discarded,
The shared table?
unopened?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
The shared table. So that's when you
Yes.
say the nurses come in and sometimes they
Yep.
get snacks.
And the kids
for the
too.
kids.
Tend to-
And they're free to do that. Is
Yep.
that at the
Yes.
end of the day or right after their lunch?
Anytime.
Oh, anytime. Oh, if they go into the cafeteria.
Yeah, I
that's
think
there?
our employees end clean it out
So
before they
at the
leave?
end of the day, it's the rule of thumb or the best practice is 20 minutes after the last lunch bell is when the Sodexo or the school would go ahead and discard that, just for food safety purposes. We don't want it sitting there overnight.
No.
But the kids have that up until then to come in and get whatever whatever's available on the share table. And I will say this, that I've been to a lot of the schools after lunch and there's nothing there.
Wow.
Yeah, you go like in the middle of between breakfast and lunch, and there's a lot in there, and you're like, oh, and then it's all gone.
What do you, are the portions obviously are different in different
Yep,
age
different grade
groups?
levels.
Yeah. Okay. So at what point are they no longer eating like the small portions and they've graduated into now I want 2 cheeseburgers?
Middle school.
Middle school is
Middle
when the
school.
appetite starts to increase. Is there an opportunity for seconds?
I'm gonna let you take this one, Ed.
It's not encouraged, but it is available. Through what happens is the second.
It's a process, and it's not very good.
Oh, I see.
So any a la carte meals or second meals would have to be
Paid.
paid for. We provide only one at no cost meal to the student. Again, everyone just to be reminded, the goal of the programs is to fight childhood obesity. We don't want everyone growing up and
And to
looking
stop
like
hunger.
me. Yes, and to start, so the second meals are not, programmatic, saying it's encouraged. But they do have the option; they can pay for it.
Bro, we live on Guam, man. You ever try to go back in the kitchen and get seconds? There's some nana in there going, give it to him.
My grandmother was the cafeteria worker.
Oh, yeah.
When I
And
was
it's
in
hard, it
fifth
must have been
grade.
hard for her to say no.
Oh, boy, come around and
She probably
Yeah,
can't say no.
But
Yeah.
you know, like I said, we live in a different era, like Miss Renee said, and
everything is to be accountable, and especially when it comes to the federal government, all of this stuff and the prices of these things. But actually, if you took every item on any of these meals, that has been proven and studied to show this would be the exact amount of food that child will need to get to the next meal.
Yep.
Okay.
And of course, it's an average student because we know there are some students who weigh 40 pounds and those who weigh 100 pounds, and they're all going to get the same portion. So it is the law of average, unfortunately.
There's also a question somebody brought up. It was Ryan Kaufman. He brought up that we don't have necessarily a sound fitness program at each of the schools. That some of these playgrounds are. How much does food service and exercise fitness go together?
So what we find, unfortunately, is that where they place recess will make an impact on how many kids eat. For example, if recess is right after lunch, those kids are like
eating and
one
then they're
bite,
running.
throw it away.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
want to get outside.
Yeah.
If they do recess before lunch, then the kids are going to come in hungry, and they're going to most likely eat their whole meal. So,
as just going off of Mr. Kaufman there. So we DOE has a wellness committee, so that is actually part of a subject for that the wellness committee is going to bring up to the board and all the admins of the schools to try to implement something for the fitness and wellness of the students, not just students, even staff.
It's hard on Guam, though. We know, right? It's hot outside.
We're not outdoorsy people necessarily,
because
just
it's
so
so hot.
because it's so hot. Yeah.
And the equipment then is hot, and it's tough.
Ever tried to sit on a swing in 1975, 1971, and they were all metal? Go down those slides. Yeah.
I feel like whoever designs playground equipment needs to come and live in Guam for a while.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I appreciate you guys coming through. We did share some breakfast with Ed in Power 98, so he'll be able to try it and then talk to his audience. I think the idea here is really to sort of reverse the original idea that somebody was intending to show something that wasn't true. And a lot of these kids, we take pictures of our food all the time.
Right.
And restaurants can live or die by that. You know this very well. They can live or die. This program is important because, again, some of these kids don't ever get any real nutrition for the entire day. And we all, like you said, who they are. And if the idea is not for kids to be hungry, then I think you guys are doing a good job. I mean, this is a fresh banana. The ones that I just bought the other day are brown already. So
Mine are lime green.
How do you do that? It comes green?
It comes a little more green than this, and then it sits in the school. We know the amount of time. We know how
do you
green
put them
we
in the
can take
refrigerator?
it. Do we put them in the fridge?
No, we don't.
Yeah. See, now mine died so quick, and it was only a few days. Okay. Well, anyway.
The
All
trick
right.
is if it's green, peel an apple and put it in there with it.
What?
But then
What do
you
you
waste the
mean?
apple.
You can eat the apple. You need the skin. You just need the apple skin.
Oh, so how do you put it like inside?
Like it oxidizes it or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then, who knew? Did you know that, Renee?
I've seen all sorts of tricks on how to ripen them. I just haven't tried them.
What other fruits do you have?
For fresh fruits, we're a little limited in Guam.
Yeah.
Of what we can get in the quantity we need. So we only do apples, bananas, and oranges for fresh fruit.
Mm-hmm.
And then we actually have awesome canned fruits. We do tropical because we're in the tropics.
Yeah.
So we actually have canned mango, which is everybody's favorite.
Really?
Canned mango, mandarin oranges, pineapple, and then a tropical fruit cocktail that's mango, guava,
Yeah.
papaya.
Okay. All right. Does that take the place of dessert? Is that basically what that's supposed to be?
Yeah, we really don't offer dessert. We try to do a treat once a month, a cookie or some chips. Someday we can talk about hot Cheetos and the debacle that was. But,
Are you in competition, or is DOE outlawed these student stores or bringing food in?
So, per regulation with the school meals program, in order for us to even implement the school meals programs, we have to make sure that there's no what we call competitive foods. The student stores cannot sell food to the students
during lunch, right?
like throughout the whole day, unless it's after 30 minutes after the last bell, the school bell.
Okay, so after school snack is the only
yeah.
thing I can get.
Yes,
Yeah.
and they can sell whatever, you know, as long as they have the sanitary permit and all that, because it strictly states in, you know, our CFR, which is, you know, our federal regulations, that a school day is midnight before, or the midnight to
Midnight.
the
Last day
30 minutes
after
the
the school
last
bell.
school
Okay.
bell. That is considered a school day.
Really?
I mean, I don't know who's going to school
Who's
at
going to
midnight,
school at midnight, but yeah.
that's
Are there any student stores in Guam schools?
Private schools, yes.
Private school, yes. The GD
But if they take a school, if they're part of a school lunch program, if the private schools are part of a school lunch
they
program,
would have to abide by
they
the
would have to
same
abide. So the student, they will have to take it. I remember when my daughter was going to a private school. That the student store was in lieu of lunch, because if you had a choice between a whatever pizza, Totino's pizza, what is that called?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? One of
Yeah,
those,
yeah, yeah.
If you had and Stefau in the cafeteria, it was that, right? That's kind of what they would do. But you guys serve pizza, so whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
We do.
Well, it was really nice. My friend Dave is right about you. You were great. It was nice. It's nice to
My
finally
friend
meet
Dave
you.
as well. That might be a little biased, I gotta say.
His student stores and contracted out cafeterias was a big war 27 years ago when it first got privatized. Okay. You should have been on the show, Dave. He's over here. He's over here giving
over
me
there
some of the
yakking.
guidance. Yeah, and it was nice to meet you, man. Thanks a lot. I'm glad Sean sent you over here. Christina, thanks for the hookup as usual. That's my girl right there.
Thank you, Christina, for the
Yeah.
hookup.
Sorry, really quick.
Yeah.
I don't think you guys talked about it, but the kids for seconds, they are allowed to come back to grab another fruit and vegetable.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
if they're still hungry, they could come back for another serving of fruits and vegetables.
And that all day.
All day.
Anytime
When we're open, when we're there.
Yeah, when you're there. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot for that. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for
I had a
hooking it up.
question. I'm
Did you
sorry.
want another
I'm
banana? You want another banana?
No. I want to know about this Pika Burger. How is that? What is?
So
Can we sneak the Pika Burger in here? What's the Pika
we
Burger?
can get you the Pika Burger. The Pika Burger is just a cheeseburger with pepper jack cheese.
Pepper jack cheese.
A little
So it's not
spicy.
really
A little
Pika.
spicy.
No,
Okay.
a little
A
spicy.
little hit.
You know.
It's got a kick. It's got a kick.
It's got a kick. Our audience are kids, right? So it's a little spicy.
Okay.
Okay,
Good to know.
I'm
What's
good.
the
I'm
other new
happy.
thing we brought in this year?
We brought in the glazed drumstick.
Oh, yeah.
And then cocoa loops. for
Cocoa
breakfast.
loops. Oh, and the breakfast burger.
Oh,
Yeah,
s-
and breakfast
a
burger.
breakfast burger. Okay.
Breakfast sandwiches are a
Okay.
hit, so we do them twice a week now.
Nice.
Oh, the breakfast what?
Breakfast
Burger?
sandwiches. We do
Oh.
one called breakfast burger, which is just sausage and cheese on a hamburger bun.
Yeah, that's a fast meal.
Delish.
Kids can. It's handheld. You're
Right,
not-
they can
you
throw
don't
it in their
even-
backpack, eat it on a break.
Yeah, that's good. Well, thanks a lot for coming by. Appreciate you bringing food. Although it wasn't necessary for the conversation, we did want to show people what it looked like so that somebody asked, are we going to do a review? Dice ate the breakfast sandwich.
Posting.
She
It's
put it
coming
on
up.
TikTok.
Posting.
She put it
I
on
posted.
TikTok, but she swallowed
I
it
got you.
because
I wanted to make sure the math was mathing, and kids be lying, so I'm just gonna keep it a buck, okay? Kids be lying, and the math don't be mathing, so I'm gonna post this, and I will tag you guys because
Did you like it, though? It was good?
You know what? It was good. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. It was great job, and you know what? I'm excited to try this Pika Burger.
Whenever,
Pepper
yeah.
jack,
but
whatever.
for today,
Great job,
you
guys.
gotta use
today
your
you
peppers
have
for
some
that.
nachos.
You guys are doing great.
I'm gonna actually save the nachos for
You're saving
the
nachos.
well, I'm gonna save it for the meeting.
Yes.
So we'll
okay.
share it with all the other on-air
Okay,
personalities.
you know what? Great job, guys. I knew that wasn't vomit food. I knew it wasn't. It was
could
a
have
little
been.
sus. It was a little sus, but yeah, okay.
It was
Great-
so frustrating because
Great job.
we try hard.
Great job.
Again, it was a blended meal, and it's an
Yeah.
option of the student to choose between that and maybe a nutritious shake.
Right.
But it has everything to do with their physical capacity to
Right.
consume
Right.
food.
Right.
That's not something. It's a rarity, but when it
Right.
happens, somebody took a picture of it and thought that was the meal for the day.
Right, and we literally take the meal. That day was a cheeseburger and potato wedges, and we put it in the blender. And some students even need us to add olive oil because they need extra calories. So whatever they need.
Is it hard for them? I mean, the taste is there, and it's.
I am not sure if they're fed like spoon fed that or if they're fed through a feeding tube. I think it's different depending on the child.
On the child. Well,
Yeah.
just the point is that accommodations are made and can be
100%.
made
Yep.
for a variety of situations.
With the doctor's note.
Yeah, with the doctor's
Not
note.
for preferences.
And
because
Yeah.
these are kids.
Yeah, these are kids. Well, we appreciate that you respect the fact that these are children who have nutritional needs and different tastes. We like the fact that Sodexo listens to them and they know what you guys like, and so they're going to try to accommodate that into their meals, into their cuisine. Nice to meet you again, Ed, Christina. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will talk to you guys soon. It is 10 minutes before 10. A little quick break here. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Island Voices, Island Conversations. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Hagåtña, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Hagåtña is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
The Edge of Heaven, Friday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., introduces you to the fifth dimension, where you find a greater appreciation for everything in your life. Find more consciousness of the bigger picture. Bring yourself more power, along with the intuition on how to guide that power, bringing you to a place of independent contentment. Give you the key to overcome sorrow, always encouraging honesty and self-acceptance, revealing that everything you seek outside yourself is right inside. Your limited identification will dissolve, and it will expand into a greater field of awareness. You will realize and remember that it is all God, even when it doesn't feel like God. Every Friday evening from 6 to 8 on Wave 105, join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, sponsored by Jay Goodman and Asmujao Community School.
Feeling hot, summer smoke alarm. Mirror says, woo, gonna do some harm. I'm the one, yeah, I bring the charm. Step aside, let a real one through. Thunder in my walk, lightning in my shoes. Just to watch, baby, I'm the view.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep that good vibe going right here on Mornings with Patti.
Watch me do it like, I do it like, yeah.
Yeah.
Watch me do it.
So they have a choice between white milk, which actually looks like, it's fat-free skim milk.
It is.
What?
I'm all about. I got mine right here,
Can't
Patty.
do
Thank
it.
you're
Can't
so
do it.
thoughtful.
Can't do it.
Patty, drink some milk.
No. We're good.
Are you lactose? No, you ain't, because we be eating some stuff.
You
ain't. I was about to say
they
you're
also have
lactose
a
intolerant.
low-fat version.
There's a low-fat. Maybe you should try that one. No, you're not doing it.
Strawberry milk. That actually looks more
man.
enticing.
I tell you,
but
man, these
chocolate
kids
milk
be
is
lying.
kind of
Somebody
my jam.
be lying. The math wasn't mathing, and I just did the algebra.
And
it was. Hey.
Yeah,
Okay, y'all
okay.
lie. Y'all be lying. Okay.
So you don't think that they like it?
I
you
think
that
they don't
it?
like
Kids-
it.
Kids
I think
like
they're
it?
going to enjoy today's breakfast. That I can say. Today's
Apparently,
breakfast.
the breakfast, we just actually got them on a good day because today's breakfast is the best.
Okay, and then we
that they
figured
have.
out the mystery teriyaki dippers. They're going to change the name of that. It's like, bruh, Come on, guys. I was a little confused.
I think they were saying that. I think they're just saying that. They're trying to find words to describe the food that they know of. Okay, cheers. I'm doing the chocolate milk.
Is this pasteurized? I'm so sorry.
Pasteurized, yes, it is.
You know what?
What?
Now is not the time to try to play education right now. Anyways, my pasteurized milk.
Pasteurized milk, yeah.
Getting on my nerves. Are you drinking low? You want low fat? What are you drinking?
Ed Gosner, this is the people who own this company that does milk. Ed Gosner was born into a family of 8 brothers and sisters. This is on the back of the carton, so kids, read the back of the carton.
Okay.
A family lived on a farm in the mountains of Switzerland. He born into a family of 8, brothers and sisters. In 1908, the family lived on a farm in the mountains of Switzerland, when Ed was a young man, he followed his older brother to America by purchasing a ticket on a ship named the Queen Mary. Why, hello, Mr. Gosner. After sailing on the ocean for 7 days, Ed was excited to see the Statue of Liberty on the ship. As the ship approached New York City, with his remaining money, he purchased a train ticket and a few apples and traveled 3 days to Wisconsin. There's the connection.
That's it.
There, he reunited with his brother, learned English, and perfected the art of making Swiss cheese. To be continued. So you know what they're doing? They're making you making you drink all the rest of them. Let's see if the story continues, or is this?
Look, I need a few of these. Look, because it says emergency preparedness. Patty, I'm all
Oh,
about
you could,
that.
yeah.
Patty,
You can do. I'm just trying to
share some important information. Let me help y'all. Okay, important information is that you don't need to refrigerate this until it is actually opened.
You know what it tastes? Oh yeah. You know what it tastes like? The chocolate milk fudge bar.
A fudge bar?
A melted fudge bar. You want to try?
No, I'm good. I got my
And
milk.
you're just drinking regular milk.
I am. I'm running this weekend. Yeah, this is really good. I like it. Now who's being the child now?
It needs Bailey's.
Who's being the child now?
Needs Kahlua.
Okay.
No. I'm kidding.
I love the tea.
I want to try the strawberry, but I'm scared that I'm not going to like it and then I'm going to waste it. So I won't drive.
Nothing gets wasted in this building. You know how many
This is
employees
true, but
are
who's
here?
going to drink out of my straw is a question.
Rick will. Rick. He's a food disposal. He says yes to anything.
It's as if
Be
we
like,
were
"Rick, can
making
you
out. Yeah.
No,
yum.
just make him feel. Be like, Rick, I really don't want to waste this. Can you just
take one for the team? Do me a solid.
Rick will do it. Dude.
All right.
Rick
Well,
will do
I'll
it,
tell you
bro.
what. I'm not necessarily going to drink that, but I want to show you the nachos. So this
I'm on
is
Team Sodexo. Those are the
these
nachos.
these are whole grain.
Where's
chips.
the rest of it?
Hang on now.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
Because it also comes with the side. Look at how much beef this is. That's a lot of
beef?
ground beef.
That's ground beef.
Yeah, that's ground beef.
Okay.
Smells good.
Okay.
Smells
All right.
good.
Ground beef.
And then
okay.
here is the cheese. This is a lot of cheese. This is a serving.
That's a serving.
Look at that.
Okay. How come it's not yellow? Oh, it must be, because they got like
Queso
11.
Blanco?
Got it. Moving on. Okay, got it.
Because what?
Queso who?
Blanco.
Oh, what is queso?
Oh, yum.
Yeah?
Whoa. That is good. Nacho cheese.
Nacho cheese.
Yep.
Okay, so that's lunch.
Yo, bro.
Hey. Okay. And
The chips are good too.
And the chips are good.
Yeah, you're going to enjoy
That's
your
high
lunch.
school and
That's all the
and
schools.
elementary. All the schools, including Head Start, they get this as well?
Everybody does.
Okay. All right. I thought
And
Head
here
Start would
is
have
the
like
breakfast
a special
sandwich.
meal. And that's the breakfast sandwich.
All right.
Okay.
I
Nice.
think we got some eating to do.
Look, guys.
So we're going to go ahead and, again, the purpose of this, it's our idea for the first 3 weeks of school to help you get through it. We have enough problems in our schools. We have enough problems in the world. We have enough problems in our lives where the one place that your kid goes to on a daily basis and probably spends more time than they do at home should be the place that you trust the most in the world next to family, right? So if you're sending off your kids, to a school to learn, you want to know that every effort is being made by all of these divisions to make that happen. So if your kid comes home with a fresh banana, and they don't want to eat it, make bañuelos. If they come home with strawberry milk and it's warm and it's not opened yet, put it in the refrigerator. It's open. It'll be ready for you the next time that kid is ready. to have it. So just know that they're doing their best to make sure that it happens. And if you have some negative stuff, I would say, as I do for restaurant reviews all the time, don't necessarily post it on Facebook without letting the management know. Is your idea to shame the effort, or is your idea to improve it? Take your pick, because only one of those is going to get the attention to change. And that is if you let them know that this is happening and you want an explanation as to why. The best way to do it is to ask them directly why. I'm not in the game of shaming people into submission or something, right? It's just got to do what you got to do to make it right for yourself and for your children. It's time for us to take our leave. Paulie Suba doing his thing this afternoon from 2 until 6. Dice across the yard. She's at Power 98, helping you laugh your way through that traffic in the afternoon. Find her there. And then, of course, we're going to come back here tomorrow mornings with Patty. I'm Patty. KGUM-FM and Daddy to Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks, Dice. Mwah.